Hello. Happy Friday. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Heather. Hi, T. Welcome, Paula. Welcome. How are you all? How's your Friday? Hey, Robin. Hey, Abby. Cynthia, Joanne. Hi, happy Friday. How's it, Miriam? How's Miami? I've got clouds parting and the sun starting to shine. It's been a cloudy few days, but it's been good to hunker down. But I can feel the sun coming in. Great. Oh, it's good. I'm glad you're well. Hi, Randolph. Hi, Peter. Hi, Abby. Happy Friday. Good to see you all. How are you, Joanne? Great weather in Seattle. Oh, good. I've never been to Seattle. Yeah, I would love to visit. Hi, Krista. How are you? I wonder if that's my Krista. Good to see you guys. Feeling great on the detox. Oh, good. Plan to extend it. Oh, good. Oh, Miriam, tell us about your liver detox. I want to know about it. Maybe you'll share your details. This weekend, I really do think I'll get on that. And I'm going to get your liver powder, your liver detox powder. I'm doing a spreadsheet. Krista, I love you so much. Thank you. Krista is the most brilliant gnome. Good. We need gnomes. I don't know if you saw it yesterday. For those who didn't catch Claudia this week, she's going to be an incredible example of a gnome. Krista's another quintessential example. She's going to do a spreadsheet for us. Hi from Louisiana. Randolph's in Louisiana. Hi, Claudia. Having this on in the background. Okay, perfect, Krista. Thank you so much, our operations person. Hey, Sarah. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Where can we find more info for Miriam's detox protocols? Miriam's got all the, she just knows everything. Everybody on here just knows everything. Hey. Okay, so today is the day we're going to learn about what I'm currently calling the Kindreds, the subspecies, the 6 subspecies of humans. But first, just a couple announcements. One is as Claudia and I asked you guys yesterday, spread the good word. This stuff is really important. I mean, this is a sort of play day. This is certainly not a priority, these Kindreds, but we want people. I have a feeling that this might be the thing that people get interested in. And then it's sort of like the hook, and then they can come in and really heal. But for instance, Randolph texted me this morning, and Tim Ferriss has opened up his podcast again, and our stuff fits his criteria. So Randolph's going to pitch him again, and any of you who feel like you want to promote our stuff, go into the Play Ops chat, where Randolph has a script for you to send to podcasters, to other people on Substack that you know. We want to get this info out here, and this subspecies stuff might be the thing that hooks them. But of course, any of the other healing stuff, Claudia's stuff yesterday, we really want to get that out there. People can heal in rapid, simple ways, and we want to get that word out. Also, the men's group, we're still gathering. Thank you to the men who've reached out. I get that you're a little approach avoidant, which is totally fine, to be expected. But I just want to reassure you, this is an incredible group of men here that are just naturally gathering, who are non-competitive, non-judgmental, truly open-hearted men. So keep coming, come heal together. It's really going to happen that you guys come together. The last thing is, on Monday, I'm going to talk more about it, but this is starting a church, this starting a religion, that's the way that we gather funds to get the new PBS started. It's got me so fired up, and I can't wait to tell you more about it. But I want to give you like the initial idea for this, what we want to call maybe the collective church, or we could also call it the new central bank, or the one cult to rule them all. Our goal would be to create Nova Gaia, and our truths, our beliefs, is that everyone and everything is God in nature. God, goddess, and nature wants fulfillment for all. And in our world, everyone wins. And then our celebrations of our religion are on the equinoxes and the solstices, back in natural rhythm. and we collect the funds and we evenly distribute. We commit to evenly distributing all resources and to build heaven. And once everything is rebuilt, once everybody's got redistributed resources, all completely even, we commit to letting go of money entirely once everyone has more than everything that they need. That's the initial outline. But I'm going to talk more about it. I'm going to work on it this weekend because I just have this feeling like that's beating them at their own game. And who wouldn't want to be part of this collective church, where the one called to rule them all, where everybody wins? I just don't see who wouldn't want the one called to rule them all. That's my point, right? It's like you can't, unless everybody's a member, I don't want to belong to your cult. And they're all cults. So that I'll say more on Monday, and we'll go from there. Miriam says, currently doing the Andreas Moritz liver gallbladder cleanse. Okay, good. Look that up. Can you post the PlayOps link somewhere when you have a chance? Yes, Randolph, will you do that? Will you post the link to the PlayOp chat? We use the word PlayOp instead of PsyOp. Miriam likes one cult. Love that everybody wins. Yep, that's it. That's the prime directive. We'll have a prime directive. Fulfillment for all. Everybody wins. Okay. That's that. And on my main page of my website, or sorry, of my Substack, are handouts for today. So you're going to have what I'm calling the reference list, which is all these qualities that I'll get into. And I'll go through them one by one. You've got a famous person list, and you've got a Venn diagram list. These are all so pull those up and refer to them. You don't need to, only if you want to. But these are just initial. I'm just throwing these out as like initial documents. The whole point of this is that we build this together. A year and a half or 2 years ago or something, I had this idea even many years ago now, that I had an idea to create a field guide, right? And so I love that Chris is doing a spreadsheet, and the field guide would be a book, just like any natural field guide. And it's like, instead of where robins come from and what their habitat is, it's like, here's where hobbits are, and here's what their habitat is, and here's what they like to eat, and here's the fabrics they like to wear. And so all of this is to say, this is like the pamphlet. This is like the initial field guide. And I'm like, here, what do you think? Does this seem like what you see? And then you guys add to the pamphlet. And sure enough, it becomes a book, which is really the larger thing with the radio hour, right? We're calling them chapters, and we're writing this book together. I'm just putting the sort of initial outline. It's just an initial outline. So all of these lists, when I go through them, I'll say it. It's like, I'm not 100% sure about the chakra part. I'm not sure, like the diet is really still a question mark, and we need each other to reflect it back. So the first order of business might be to sort of realize what you are, and you'll know, like I've been making questionnaires over the years, but in the end, it's just like, I'll give you all the information. That's going to be your questionnaire. You're going to know, you're going to go like, oh yeah, I'm a fairy. That's really obvious. So then you're gonna like learn it like a language, and then be able to see, and then you'll be more astute, speakers and seers than me. It's just like any, the student surpasses the teacher kind of thing. So this is just this initial outline. I think of it as a living document, and this will be the Kindred species channel is going to be in one of the channels on our new PBS page whenever we make that. But for now, any comments, any additions, any PDFs you want to link to, that kind of thing can go in the comments section of this posting when I post it, just like we're doing with the comments section of the Mission and Vision post, where we're like, what do we envision in this free world? So same here. Okay. Hope that all makes sense. Get my glasses on here. Go to Dr. Megan's SH page, click on chat. Yeah, the chat. Frozen, no sound. Oh, can anybody hear me? Krista says, I've wanting this for 5 years. I know, it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming. And again, it's not super comprehensive. I imagine this will take a few hours here, 2 to 3 hours is my guess. This is just this initial thing. You all go play with it over the weekend, and then maybe it's Monday, maybe it's Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe it's a couple days that I do like an ask me anything, or we just have these open conversations about it. Um, there's still other stuff I'm always wanting to teach, but this we're gonna want this is gonna be an ongoing conversation, and I'm imagining next week I'll have at least 1 or 2 days that are just open conversations where we do kind of an ask me anything, and we just get this ball rolling together. And then part of the vision I have is like we basically do a live stream with several of us, basically a representative of all 6 avatars or all 6 kindreds. I used to use the word avatar, don't want to use it anymore. All 6 kindreds, because we don't have all of them yet, but once we get a dwarf and a human, we could all come on one of the live streams and discuss it, and compare notes and that kind of thing. So I see that happening. I see all kinds of other options. So, and feel free to throw out things that you want to know, things you want to discuss, things you're noticing. I mean, again, this is a collaborative effort. Okay. Sounds like the audio and visual is good. Okay, so it might be yours. Is it Peter? Okay. All right, so let's see. I'm going to pull up my main. And Vaspi was great and reminding me to have fun with this. And so it's just going to be kind of storytelling. I'm going to refer to my notes. I'm going to wander. It's not going to be linear. It's never going to be linear. But I'm going to start with how I came to realize this thing. And then just kind of walk you up till now. So years ago, I think it was like 2016, 2017. I think it was 2016, because it was before I started working with the old cult leader there. 2016, I was really into non-dual meditation. I was exploring oneness. I had a lot of breakthroughs into oneness. I was doing a lot of Byron Katie's work with clients. I was opening up my mind and realizing a lot of things weren't true, a lot of my programming. And I was working in an integrative health center, and I was doing healing with my body as well, and really realizing that the big piece that was missing in both psychology and spirituality or non-duality was the body. And so in working in integrative health, there were a lot of amazing practitioners there, but we were all still kind of disembodied. It was still the body as an object that we're sort of studying or applying things to, instead of something we know from the inside out. Um, and it's limited stuff back then. It was like, so you have breathing exercises and you have yoga and that kind of stuff. But I was looking for embodiment, like somebody was teaching embodiment. And so I found Judith Blackstone, and she was teaching, she's a gnome, by the way. Also a clinical psychologist, had done like analytic therapy, and was also a dancer. And she broke her spine, and long story short, she had searing pain every day, and started to have to meet the pain in her spine. And in doing so, she opened up her field, which is what we're always talking about, right? You come into the body, healing means returning to wholeness. You open up from there. Your consciousness is just oneness, but you start to see and feel the oneness from the inside out. So she opened up her spine and then had these awakening experiences. We're like, oh, it's all oneness. Oh my gosh. And so she taught awakening through the body. And so I did her workshop where it was like 5 days or something. Maybe it was just 3, but it felt like a lot. And I was in the body, in the body, in the body, in the body. And so I'm now, sort of, if you think if it's like I'm now connected to the field of the physical field. It's one field, but you could say, it's like I say, the two sides of one's coin, right? So it's like the body and the mind. So it's the physical and the energetic, right? Form and formless. And so I was bringing the formless presence, oneness awareness, into the body and opening it up. And then I just started getting information. Information was coming in. And it would be like information like, oh, that's empire shit. Like, it would be like, I just saw that like all pharmaceuticals are like, evil and just like dark, and they have an agenda, and they're like poison. But I didn't know nearly what I know about pharmaceuticals now, but I just would know that then. And then I could see, like, at our apothecary, I could see like what what stuff was really rich in energy, like the energy was really healthy, and then the energy that was kind of flat. Um, and then I saw that with food. I was like, oh, this food, like I would go to the grocery store and it would just be almost like yelling at me. It would be like, this food is good for your body, this isn't. And then sure enough, I'd pick up the package and it would be, a bunch of fillers, or, for the bad stuff. And then just like two or three ingredients, really clean stuff, generally from Europe or some other country, if if it felt good. So it was sort of like, it was like opening up the mind, opening up the information network. And that was happening. And I was married at the time, and I was just telling Michael, like, I would go to the grocery, and he was sort of privy of this. And I was like, and then I would just read, and I'd just be like, we have to get rid of this in the house, or like, I need to reassemble things in the house. Um, so and then one day I walked into the integrative center I was working at, and there were like 20, no, maybe like 15 to 20 practitioners. Um, and so there were MDs and DOs, chiropractors, acupuncturists, homeopaths, therapists, like me. We had a big apothecary. We had a lot of, Reiki practitioners. We had a lot of big range, physical therapists. I walked in and I was like, I just knew, oh, David Edelberg is a hobbit. Uh, Shayna is a hobbit. I'm a hobbit. Kristen's an elf. Sarah Jean is a gnome. Why do I know this? So and so's a dwarf. I had no idea why I knew it. I didn't know what it meant. It was just very clearly the case. So it was very much like the food. It was like I found out later what it meant, but I just knew it was the case. Very much like Claudia was talking about yesterday, we just know something. And everybody, of course, has this experience. But it was so unique, and I didn't know who to talk to about it. So my friend Kristen, who's an elf, I was like, listen, I got to tell you this thing. Told my husband, he, was not all that interested, but I was like, this is this thing I'm noticing, and she was totally into it, and I started to sort of notice the common threads of like her and Casey, the two elves. I'd be like, oh, you guys are both very mental, and you're both, um, it's like idea first, form later. Um, you're both very quick, and I'm slower to process things. Uh, and I process it through sort of story and metaphor more. You don't. Yours abstract is okay for you, like this. I also gave away like half of my clothes because I realized I grew up with a fairy and a gnome, and I had almost like elf envy. Like it was like the people who'd move faster were a little cooler, I might say. Um, so who dressed a little more form fitting and svelte and fashionable. Where it was always comfort first for this hobbit. So I had all these clothes that were like me trying to be an elf, me trying to be like a gamine instead of like a cozy hobbit. And then I sort of saw, I was like, oh my God, these are like, this is your jewel, my friend Kristen's, this is your jewelry, Kristen, and this is your coat, and this is your bag. And like, so I brought in all this stuff, and I would just hand it out. I'd be like, I think this is your, like, I had this at my house, but I think it's your shirt. And sure enough, all the elves loved all the elf clothing. I think it was only elves that I gave stuff to. So, um, what I saw at the time were five and sort of bordering on six. So I saw fairies, elves, hobbits, gnomes, dwarves, and I sort of saw that there were humans, but I couldn't quite get what humans were. Um, Cut to a couple years later. I shared this with a friend. I shared it with my husband. I shared it with a couple other friends, but I didn't really talk about it much. I would just sort of know it, and meanwhile, I'm living my life, um, and I start working with this uh, my old partner, and she had had the same download. I didn't know this. I'm at a retreat in I think 2018, and that she was running, and I later co-ran them with her, but this one I wasn't. And I'm sitting there, and she's like, "Okay, so there's these sort of magical creatures." And she starts referring to herself as an elf and other people, and I was like, "Oh my God, she had the same download." I'd never, I didn't know anybody else had it. And then and then I'm like, oh yeah, there are. And so at that retreat, everybody, because she sort of would be away from everybody, was talking to me about the avatars at the time, and I was sharing with them. So I would be like in conversation, like, oh, you're like, I was learning more and sort of channeling more, and then they started sort of picking up on the signal here. Um, Cut to another couple of years later, um, maybe it was a year later, and we start working closer together. I'm starting to we start planning my move to California. We're gonna buy land together, and we start sort of talking about this field guide and comparing notes. Um, and so I so so I had seen gnomes, she hadn't seen gnomes, for instance, and she had seen humans. So it was like, oh, we got the six. And then we sort of tested it out. Like, it can we see anything more than six? I'm I'm still not 100% sure. There might be more than six. But for instance, I for a while thought there were nymphs in this subspecies thing, but turns out they were more like fire fairies. So each kindred has two elements, which I'll get into, and then we sort of fall on one side of the two. So if it's air and fire, there's fire fairies and air fairies, for instance. So, but I'm open. I'm open to there being more. Obviously, this has been a learning curve for me, um, and I'm learning more every day. And what has been so helpful over the years is somebody else learning it and then coming in with their angle on it. So I teach it to a fairy. Um, my friend, one of my many friends who just abandoned me as I moved along, but it's fine. Um, he's a fairy and had a bunch of downloads, and we were going to do a podcast together. It's all good. It's all good how it's all worked out. But he, because he's a fairy, would understand like the essence, the very basic like aroma of things, and it was great to talk to him about it. So um, so so I'm saying all of this in that, like, in the same way that astrology or any taxonomy is this, it's an organic document, right? So, P.S. While I was talking about fairies, a big butterfly just flew by, which is your one of your animals. Um, so, so I want you to think of it like any other taxonomy where it's organic and open, and if if it's like astrology, um, different astrologers have different angles. They see things differently. They pick up patterns differently. So, but the taxonomy I have now is six of them, and and it's just like any other categorizing, right? So it's all one. um, everything everything is connected. Everything informs everything else. It's one big ecosystem. And, you know, trees are different than mushrooms, or, the bulk of a tree is different mushrooms. Now, mushrooms are still part of the tree, part of the ecosystem, but they have different qualities. Um, Air and water have different qualities. These are the kind of ways to see it. So it's different angles on reality, different perspectives, different frequencies, different um, tones, different flavors, different aromas, different qualities. And these qualities, just like the 12 zodiac signs, right? Whatever, they create a cycle, they create a circle, they create um, a system. So they all work together. And so I'm going to talk about how I see them working together, but I'm so looking forward to how you all see them working together. So if Chris is creating a spreadsheet, it's like, this is what I want. I want you to see in terms of diagrams, see in terms of cycles and systems and how they interact. Um, and I did some initial like Venn diagrams for us, but it could be every kind of chart and thing, because I have a feeling, in the same way that astrology works, like there's a lot of different ways that these kindreds interact with one another that I'm not seeing yet. Um, I do feel as though there's that we are like, I am a hobbit. I'm not a hobbit elf hybrid. I'm a water hobbit. And then my influences, then I have all the other influences, right? I have my Enneagram, I have my astrology, I have my human design, I have my genetic material, I have all these other things, and then I have my conditioning. So what often happens is, like with anything, right? We will mistake it's something being from our astrological sign, but it's really our conditioning. Same here. So when I say all these things, how do I want to say? This is the like in the old podcast I did, we would often talk about like fairies are this way or elves are this way, but we were referencing a mixed bag, meaning we were referencing people who were still, including ourselves, who were still quite conditioned, and we're working from it's like we used to say that fairies would have these crash outs, so they sort of are up and down. So they have an up and down movement, but they don't always have this collapse that we would say, because that's actually what happens when it's a fairies out of alignment, when there's conditioning in there, and they don't allow themselves to move in these kind of up and down movements. So I'm going to do my best to talk about like here's the essence of a hobbit. Um, here's how it's basically here's how the healthy version, the ideal version, the new world version of these kindreds like behave, right, and their qualities and their fragrances. I'm going to need your help in continuing to cull it, where it's like, well, that's actually not, that's conditioning, not this, because I can only reference the people I know, and all of us have conditioning to clear, right? And this especially goes for the famous person list. Um, I almost get like I really literally do get physically sick talking about famous people and celebrities. I kind of think they're all really uh, almost grotesque. Like they like in order to be at that level of exposure in this crazy world, you have to have like soldier soul most of the time. So so in that famous person list, it's what I really want you to do is sort of like not get too into detail about each person, but just like scanning them. What do you see are those common themes? And it's more like a feeling. It's more like an essence. So every word I use, it's like you're gonna have to take it like it's like the gestalt as they call it, right? So it's like here's the general gestalt of what a hobbit or an elf is, and um some of the details and some of the words I'm going to use may still have some conditioning around them, right? And they may not apply exactly. It may not be exactly the right word for you. So that's all just some, like disclosure or disclaimers before we move in. You're still hoping for a troll. Chris says I'm still hoping for. I feel like trolls are the it's the like really dysfunctional version of folks. But we could call like people who are any really disturbed, like most of the celebrities are trolls. Um, Sarah says, I'm visited by a short root looking creature. Not sure what category she falls into. Okay, cool. So this will go into, so I basically told you the story, right? So I'm catching you up to today so we had this podcast. Um, we've been exploring these kindreds. They come in and out of my awareness and consciousness. I don't think about them a ton. I've had so many other ideas that I want to spread. But here's what I believe they are. I don't know. I don't totally know. But in the same way that astrology, you could say, is our sort of like our star family, right? Like the blueprint uh, coming from off planet, the off planet blueprint. Okay, this is, I think, our on planet blueprint. So our Earth lineage, which you might say like is the matrilineal lineage. It's the mother's lineage. It's the Earth lineage. So we have our blood lineage, but this is not a blood lineage. So for instance, my cousin Becky, who's a gnome, she's married to a dwarf, and she has an elf, um, fairy, and hobbit child. And she has a human mother. So she has all six in her direct family, in her immediate family. Her mother's does a lot of the caretaking. So it didn't pass down, it didn't through the blood. There wasn't like they didn't perpetuate gnomes and dwarves. So I think it might I'm speaking to Sarah's thing here, where you're visited by these, what might be elemental or other dimensional beings, but they're still earth beings. So There's this woman named Tanis Hallowell who wrote a book called Hybrids, and it's about how humans are, well, we're all hybridized. We're all hybridized beings. We are hybrids of off-Earth beings and on-Earth beings, and I think we are hybrids of elemental beings as well. So I think these are something about our very old, ancient, ancestral lines of elemental beings. And there are way, 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 way more elemental beings than these six, right? So in the hybrids book, for instance, hobbits are like what Tolkien was talking about in terms of hobbits are blends of what she calls pixies and brownies. So pixies are fairies and brownies are gnomes. And so 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 but there's also gnomes, for instance, in the elemental world. Um, so let's imagine there's 10 elemental beings, like literal fairies and trolls and goblins and all kinds of things. And for every, well, it's probably way more than that. It's probably 1,000 to 1. So many elemental beings and spirits and devas and all these things that are earth bound, right? They live here on earth. They're not from an off earth. They're not from another realm. They're earth realm. But they live in not in the three dimensions, right? They live or in the three-dimensional realm. They live in the fifth dimension and above. So, for instance, in Tanis's book, Summer with the Leprechauns, she meets a bunch of leprechauns, and they come in and out of form. She comes in and out of seeing them, and she like leaves out food for them in the way that you can leave out food for fairies and things, but they just taste the essence of it. It's the energetics. They sort of feed off of and live off of this energetic realm. Um, so I don't know how it worked, but my working theory is back supposedly in Lemuria, ancient Lemuria, Mu, Atlantis as well. These ancient Earth civilizations. Supposedly in Lemuria, we weren't solid form. We were still in like fifth dimension. We weren't fully landed. You know, I said recently that everybody wants to be a human. Humans are very cool. And Claudia was saying yesterday, right? Like the angels and the angelic realms, they need us to bring things into form. That's what Earth is. It's a three-dimensional place. It's experimenting. We're experimenting with the third dimension. And so so our so humans are like this experiment with what do you get when you blend an animal, Homo sapien, with sky beings and elemental beings. And this is our elemental, energetic, ancient Earth uh, lineage, is my guess. Um, and so the Homo sapien mixed with these elementals creates these six, but you've got elementals that visit you that have never been bred with Homo sapiens, have never mixed with Homo sapiens. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how it goes. I don't know if there's a they. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. Um, um, I just can't say her name, but she the one I used to work with, said that we use the term avatar. That was my word, and my phrase field guide, my phrase of subspecies or kindred. These are my phrases. But she would say that the avatars was like wearing a human suit, and I don't agree anymore, because that's sort of like, well, we're otherworldly beings that we then put on this suit. I think it's more like it's just these two lineages, right? Or maybe multiple lineages. And so you wouldn't say that like I have my brown eyes and my father's eyes and my mother's nose are like a suit I put on. They're more like my inheritance from that bloodline. And so the kindreds are like my inheritance from my elemental or ancient earth line. Something along those lines is my way to say it. I hope that makes sense to folks. Welcome everybody who's arriving. There's handouts on my main Substack page. Okay, so that's my guess. Again, we don't know. And the kindreds then are, so say for hobbits, the other hobbits are like my immediate family, my kindred, my kinfolk. But everybody's still my kinfolk, right? So But my gnome brothers and sisters are really more like cousins, right? So you have your immediate family, which are like more like your brothers and sisters, and then you have your cousins, all extended family, all family. And then all these six of us really work together so well. We balance each other out so well. We are meant to work together. We are meant to build together. We are meant to, in the same way that like all the elements of an ecosystem work together. You can't have a tree without the mushrooms. You can't have plants without flowers, and um, so you'll see as we go along how they all sort of blend together. Um, let's see if I wanted to say anything more about that. If anybody has any questions, just throw them in as we go, for sure. Okay, I'm going to talk about the elements then. So here's this idea, right? It's this energetic or elemental lineage. And it might be that it's the elemental beings um, in the who represent those elements, right? We call them elementals. So I'm going to go through the different elements: air, water, earth, and fire. We don't talk about ether. Ether is the oneness field. It's the source, and so we all share ether. And again, we all share all of them, but it's like the dominant, right? The dominant elements in each kindred. So, um, so I'm just going to read these. I'm going to read the descriptions of the elements, and then I'll go into what each kindred's elements are. Okay. So air. Air is associated with the mind, with communication, with the mystical, with discernment, with broad vision, with speed, because it doesn't have to move through form, it moves fast. With the wind, with shifting directions, with being experimental, conceptual. It touches everything, but it doesn't land. It doesn't stick around. Air refreshes and revitalizes. If something doesn't have air in it, it stagnates. So it brings new weather, a new season, a new idea, a refreshment. Trees and plants communicate. We all communicate through the air. Trees and plants through spores and pollen. Everything's travels on the air, in the wind. Without air, things collapse and die. There's no buoyancy. There's no life. There's stagnation. Water is it's a more embodied element. Water is the life giver. It's the connective tissue of everything. It is in everything. It's the holder of record. It's the conduit, the messenger. Um, it it makes up most of our body. It's associated with creativity, with the life force, with the waters breaking. You have new life. With the connection in relationship, with love, emotion, relatability. It's associated with listening, with exchange, with messages in water, cleansing and clearing. Water cleanses. It's reflective, and it's social. It heals. It's associated with intuition, with peace, and with gravity, with the movement into the earth. So or air isn't subject to gravity in the same way. Earth, the element earth, is the fundamental building block of life. If there's no soil, nothing can grow. So it's the foundation. It's what everything builds on is earth. So it's the foundation for all life. It also absorbs everything. It absorbs the water, it absorbs the air, it absorbs the fire, and makes something with it. So it's the underlying structure, the material, the body is associated with the health, the body, with money, with stability, with currency, also water, but perseverance, steadiness, slowness, patience, being deliberate, planting things, embodiment, the movement into the body is the earth. Groundedness, obviously. Fire is associated with the life force, with the beginning and the end of things, with creation and the initial spark, with transformation from one thing to another. It's active, it's purposeful, it's passionate, it's associated with manifestation and magic, um, with the spark of inspiration, um, energy, movement, forward movement, and also the steady fire, like keeping the fire going. Um, so the life force that keeps like sunshine that keeps the plant growing. So you can think of it as like fire in the belly, home fires. So through fire, earth moves into, you know, um, the seed opens, um, and it'll move earth to air, water to steam. It'll take air and pull it and utilize it to burn earth. So it's the transformer. There are many, many other associations to the elements, but I want you to keep these in mind as we go into which kindred has which element. All right, let's see if there's any questions. Make sense? Okay, good. Sarah says, I've had a similar awakening several months ago. I understood the contract language in pharma and broke off my agreement. Then I saw it in food, then politics. Great. I've been dreaming about the sort of crystalline essence of certain foods for the last year. I dream of what my body needs. Beautiful. About 4 months ago, one of these creatures came and performed a sort of internal ritual activating my root. It felt like a painless spinal surgery. It was crazy. At the end, I saw the creature and she asked if I would like to remember all details or have a mild amnesia about the surgery. I chose the mild amnesia, but still remember quite a lot. I've not told anyone because it sounds too crazy. Doesn't sound crazy here. Welcome, welcome, weirdos. Today I'm seeing their little habitats in the forest. Amazing, beautiful. Sounds very similar to the spheres that Claudia was talking about yesterday. And then this is it. It's like here. P.S. You might be an elf, Sarah, where you just like see the code. It's you definitely have an air element. So either no, but I'm gonna guess elf. I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know. You'll have to see. But where it's just like the whole big picture is seen, and you see it, and you see these creatures. Whereas for me, I feel it's like body first, not mind first. Um, and so that's so awesome. And this is it. I mean, there's so much um capacity for healing, for support. We are just surrounded by it. And you've got elementals and energetic beings helping you, which is so fantastic. I really it's like I really feel like we are in a new era now. You know how Claudia and I were like, save your soul time, like now, like we like people like these stories. Your story is becoming not, I mean, it's not commonplace yet, but there's momentum building with just pure magic, because everything is magic, um being how we heal and how we move forward. We just share this, and this is why I started this. Is like, I know there's all kinds of other ways of healing, and people who have opened up channels, basically, right? You opened up a channel in yourself, and now you just see this elemental channel, and you've opened up a channel for having light surgery in your body done by elemental beings. Cool. So maybe you would want to come on, Sarah. I would love for you to talk about it. Um, so great. It would be a nice blend of like the healing techniques we're introducing here and this elemental conversation. So that's awesome. And this is the place. This is the place to share it all. There's nothing crazy about it. In fact, we're becoming sane, right? This world, it's like everything's upside down. So, right, it's whatever's deemed crazy is actually sane, and vice versa. There's nothing about how this world is run that has any sanity to it, and it's missing all the magic. These are people who run it who are completely shut off from their elements, from their bodies, from their being, from the magical landscape that life is, and that Earth is. So, thank you for sharing that. I'd love to. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Come on. I'm gonna DM you. I'm gonna make myself a note. Sarah's gonna come on and share all this, and maybe you can just. I mean, I swear to God, what's happening is it's like we share something, and it just opens that portal. It opens a channel. Like you just sharing your story. It's like now that'll just be accessible. It's just like anything. It's like when you see something first time. It's the whole 100th monkey thing, right? Um, Or like, when kids are learning a new language, right? You learn a word and then you see that word and you hear that word everywhere. It opens the door to these things. So anybody else who has, these stories of that are magic, here's the place to tell them. Okay, so okay, fairies. So we're gonna go one by one here, then we'll go over to the reference guide. So fairies are air and fire. Those are their domains, or those are their elements. I am not 100% sure of this, but I do think, if I were to bet on it, that there are air fairies and fire fairies, um, and they have different qualities, right? I'm not totally sure, but probably. So I need your help. We'll see if that's the case. Um, so so what fairies are doing is they're moving fire into air. So they're taking the spark of passion, of life, of insight, of energy, of life force, and they're moving it into ideas. They're moving it into words. So I'm constantly like, oh my gosh, Randolph's words are so beautiful. It's like poetry, and he's constantly citing poetry. So he gets a spark from something here, right? It's like something opens up in him, and then he's so great at taking the spark of insight and putting it into the words. And I'm always like, yes, that's it. You know, and fairies, if you just think of again the qualities of air and fire, it's the just this very essence. It moves quickly, and it's sort of like they grok it, they put it in words, and then they moved on to the next. Fairies are on to the next really quickly, because that's what air and fire are doing, right? They're transformative. They move quickly. They communicate and move on. So fairies are moving fire into air. And then elves are air and water. And elves are moving air into water. So they're taking an idea and they're wanting to put it um, into engagement, into the social, um, like the how do I want to say? Um, they're going to move it into the social sphere. So Randolph gives me a poem, but and I had a conversation with Vasvi recently, who's an elf, where she's got her idea, but it's like, but now how do I go about my day? Like, what do I do with this, basically? And so we honed down until the idea, she was like, the idea clicks, because for elves everything's about the idea. When the idea clicks, it's like, oh, now I know what to do. Now I see, which isn't really a doing, right? It's more just like, it's like clicks it into, it's not into form yet, but it's into water, right? Um it's starting to move into the practical use of it. I don't have the words for this yet. But maybe you elves can help me. Um so but it starts to, it's the social and shared expression. It's like, okay, what are we going to do with this? I have a friend who's a CEO who's an elf, and she'll be like, here's the idea for the company, here's what we need to do, right? And then her prime directive is like organizing. Here, I need this person on my team, this person on my team, this person on my team to do this. The elf doesn't usually do the thing. They just see the big picture, and then they start to distribute it. So it's like the waterways, right? So the human resources does this, the CMO does this, the COO does this, the CEO sees what needs to be done, the executive main idea, and then she says, here's the idea, here's what you need to do, and then the person goes and does it. So that's elves. Hobbits move. Hobbits are water and earth, so hobbits move water into form, into earth, which is so me. So I am constantly like, okay, great, there's the idea, there's the message, there's the story, but I use metaphor and story because it's about getting it into form, right? So I'm like, it's I almost like can't I'm with Jeremy, who's a gnome, and when we're talking about tech and we're talking about the new internet, I'm like, it's too abstract. Like I need you. It's just all air, and so I'll get to gnomes, but I'm like, I need the analogy. Like I can't move forward. I can't grok this with you. I can't move into form. I can't picture it until I get an analogy that blends the idea with my body. Like my body has to grok it. And then and part of my message is like I need to be able to then say, I need to be able to communicate something that other people's bodies can pick up on. That's not just this abstract idea. I need to bring it down into the ground, right? So hobbits are going to ground it into physical expression. Gnomes take earth. So gnomes are earth and air, and they are moving earth into air. So that's what Krista's doing. And that's what Claudia's doing. Claudia, right? Major research, going deep into form, understanding the biochemistry of everything, right? And then boom, she gets a hologram delivered to her, which is an idea. It's a concept, right? It's literally just this. It's just a piece of information. But she went all the way through form. She went all the way through exploration, like we were talking about, like mycelia, into the earth to then discover it. And so Krista's going to take all this information and she's going to be able to put it into a spreadsheet and organize it like that. Because gnomes just they bring it. It's like just like mycelia, right? It's like the air element from inside the soil is what mycelia is, right? It's a neural network, right? But it's a lot slower, right? Like this growth of the mycelia in the soil, it's a lot slower than something moving in the air like pollen, which would be more associated with fairies. So, but they both have the air element, right? So that's gnomes. Dwarves are earth and fire, and they're moving earth into fire. So they're about, what's the job? Let's go get it done. I give them the analogy, like my stepfather Cecil helped me move to California, and it was like he showed up, and I was like, here's everything that needs doing, and he could see. He's like it's like he's so adept at he packed my truck so expertly. He was also a truck driver. um where he could see what needs to be done. He also organized the troops, like everybody who moved me that day. He was able to organize them, right? So, and it's the make it happen people. So they're moving what they're just moving things forward, moving things into the next phase, moving the form into its transformative state, literally moving me across country. And then humans are fire and water. Which are they're the only ones who aren't moving one into the other. Really, they're balancing. So you notice there's no earth and there's no air. It's just water and fire, both extremely transformative and moving. I mean, all of them are moving, but earth moves slowest, right? So everything is about, so it's not about planting, it's not even about communicating, it's about keeping things moving. So humans would take like the direction from the dwarf and make a manual out of it. So, which brings me to what my analogy for what all of these elemental kindreds bred with back in ancient times. So the other beings that we have merged with. So yeah. I was just going to say one more thing about humans, which is humans go with so the water is the social, right? So humans go with what's the trend, what's everybody doing. They're kind of the troops of the group. And so they're on trend. They're right in the middle of the normal curve. They're going to take the fire and put it in the water. They're going to put that kettle on and keep it boiling for whatever it is the rest of the folks are doing. So that's humans. Okay. I'm going to pause just to see if anybody has any questions. Hi, David. Hi, Ralph. Hi, Donald. Um, Sean, everybody, good to see you. Light into crystal, into water, into hand. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes, that's the gnome way. Gabrielle says, elf has vision, big picture, future. Exactly. Elves will just see everything. It's like, there it is. And then it's like, and then Gabriella, it's like moving it into the social, moving it into, okay, how do I get these folks to do this? How do I get everybody to see it? So they're really good communicators. They're very focused. They're going to just drive this this piece of information into this person to like, okay, here's your job. Go do that. Exactly. Very big big vision. And Vosby will say it's like the idea just like poof, it's just like downloaded. Whereas for me, ideas don't come like that. They don't come in this big piece. Gabrielle says, yes, well said. Okay, good. And this is what we need. I need the elves to confirm and affirm. Okay, cool. Okay, this is just sort of cheeky, but it's going to help to sort of, right, I'm so hobbity. I'm going to give you lots of analogies. I'm going to give you lots of words. I'm going to give you lots of ways to reference things. So this is my idea of like how we got hybridized. You know what I mean? And there was ancient tech was much bigger tech than we have now, and so who's to say we couldn't hybridize everything? So I think fairies blended with, mated with, bred with butterflies. So fairies are part butterfly. Peter knows I'm an elf. You just know as it starts to come through. Cool, good. See, this is it. And then we can have this conversation. And then the elves can get together. You know what I mean? We could have an elf group, hobbit group. It's so nice to be around your kindreds. Okay, so fairies mated with butterflies back in the day. And this is going to help you see how fairies move. So fairies move like butterflies. So think of a bee or a butterfly landing on a flower, right? Just getting the essence of it protruding down, and their proboscis, right? Grabbing the essence, grabbing the sweetness, and then moving on, right? There's this fire, the life force, and the color and vibrancy, and the flowers, and then they move in and out of these flowers. They go taste a million things. Every fairy has usually like 3 jobs, at least 3 things that they love. So they're in the flower bed. It's like 3 different kinds of flowers, right? And they're very colorful, and they move up and down, in and out, right? So it's not this slow and steady. It moves like a butterfly. Their energy moves like a butterfly. Okay. Elves, I think um, mated with uh, basically a computer, basically quartz crystal itself, where so they mated with like you could even say like a robot. It's still elemental. It's still earthbound, but it's pure information. So because elves have this like when I was talking with Vaspi the other day, it was like we couldn't move on where she was sort of stuck until she got the piece of information. It was like I was like, and so I kept telling her things. It was like, notice this, what about this, and then I forget what it was. Vaspi, maybe you can remind me, but it was like she got it, and it was like she got the piece of information, and then the whole struggle was over. And so elves will be like that. It's like they're constantly in pursuit of like, what's the idea? Once I get it, I can move on. And so they are literally merged with their ideas. Like you can't um like unless an elf gets it, unless an elf can see it with their mind, they cannot move forward. Like it's so essential. It's like the big idea is their lifeblood. So let's see if an elf has something to say about that. That tracks, because when I get downloads energetically, I set off car alarms and all kinds of tech crashes happen around my field. Yes, yes, exactly. I get that too, but it's way milder, I think, for hobbits. It's like, and it's slower and steadier. It's like a lightning bolt with you guys. It can be that way with fairies too, but with elves, it's very linear. It's like the code just goes in. Um, and Yeah, and you guys are like, my symbol for you is an arrow. It's just this, it's like, here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go do this thing. And then when I'm finished doing that, I'll move on to this other thing, right? Which makes elves great CEOs. They're just like, they get the job fucking done. They're aimed in this direction, and this is the idea, and we are going to complete this idea. Steve Jobs was an elf, and he was famous for, like, he had this idea of like, I know I want this glass on the phone, and I want it to be basically indestructible glass and reflect in this way. And there was this one glass maker in China, and he flew to China famously and was like, "You're going to make this kind of glass for this phone." Now, it had never existed. No, it didn't make any sense. The glass maker said, "We can't do it." And Steve was like, "Yes, you can. This is the idea. I had the idea, and I know it can be done." Right? So this is air into water. He's like, "Here, this is my guy." And he's going to move it into form. And now he couldn't see what the glass would look like. He just knew the idea was right, that this is a possibility and that this is what we're going to make. And then he just hired everybody to do it for him. And he transferred the idea, right, like the quartz crystal, to this Chinese glassmaker who was like, "No, it can't be done." Probably a gnome, because Steve Wozniak, his partner, was a gnome. But Steve Jobs would be like, "Nope, this is the idea. Wozniak, go do it." This is the idea. Go do it. So that's the movement. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that tracks. Um, So hobbits mated with trees, because we're basically big trees. Um, we all are very, we have a wall of affinity with trees, but hobbits are like, we're sort of the central figure. We are very balanced, like a tree is. We distribute among all the other elements. So we are like, we're very balanced people, right? So the top of the tree, all the branches, matches the bottom of the tree, all the roots, right? We have the stability. We're very planted in the ground. Um, we're very like common, like we're sort of the common folk, the everyman, the everywoman. And so, and we like are homemakers. So literally, our many of our homes are made out of trees, right? Um, so yeah, there's a lot of more analogy we could go into there, but think of hobbits as mating with trees. Gnomes mated with mushrooms, with mycelia. I don't know a gnome who doesn't love mushrooms, of like literally physical, like mushroom shapes, um and the idea of mushrooms, and literally the taste of mushrooms. Um, and they often like look like they have hats and look like a toadstool kind of thing. There's a real affinity for as much information, as much knowledge as possible, right? And deep exploratory knowledge. Um, and also they glean, like, so mushrooms live on dead wood, right? Um, and and then they spread out among the soil. So they're gathering information, like Krista's doing, right? She's taking all this information and she's moving it into air, moving it into the essence of it, right? The what's the message, right? What am I going to communicate about it? And that's what, like, mycelia is doing, right? It's taking the detritus, it's taking the old stuff and making it new and transferring that information. So, when, I mean, trees, when there's a disease, that a tree family wants to block from, that's like a mile away, it's the mycelia and the pollen, and there's other ways to communicate, but it's the mycelial network that's like, "Hey, watch out for this. Hey, pull more of this out of the soil so you block yourself from this disease." That's what gnomes are resonate with. Randolph says, "My gnome is." They are good. Okay, cool. My gnome is in absolute love with mushrooms. She steals them from my dinner plate. Totally, totally. It's a real good diagnostic tool. Absolutely. Um, okay, cool. Dwarves, dwarves mated with um, rock, with a mountain, maybe even a volcano. um, they are uh, they are so grounded. They love caves. They love gems. They love um, the the stable, grounded, um, will not budge elements of things, right? That like they dwarves have your back. They have your they will pound whatever you're doing into the ground. They will make sure it happens. So they have the steadiness and the resiliency of a mountain, and and they move like lava, right? So if fairies move like butterflies, elves move like a piece of information, like a digital piece of information. Hobbits move like trees. We're highly distributed and open, and sort of friendly and homey. Gnomes move like mushrooms, digging deep in through the soil, gathering information. Dwarves move like lava, which is steady but intense. Like literally could repave, a whole world. Um, Also, fiery and hot, and so they can be kind of destructive. They can come in. We used to say it was like the sound is like bang bang bang, where it's like Flintstones, where it's like I'm coming in, I'm taking over. That's their sort of quality. So they can move like a volcano and then like lava. Slow, steady, resilient, passionate. Humans, I believe they mated with a handbook. So, like the Ten Commandments, the Bible, the Nagamati, the manuals of past, because if I'll talk about this more, but I've been introducing them in almost the order in which they show up. And humans are the last to know about stuff because they're here to uphold what everybody else is doing. They're here to perpetuate the norm. Um, and so if we all decided, here's what we're going to do, the humans make sure that that happens. And and they want to know the rules, and then they will just execute those rules. So they move in the way that they're told to move. So if the manual says, if the CEO says, do this, the human will do it. They are the most sort of reliable, steady folks. It's like just step after step. No, habits are very reliable. Humans are even more reliable because they will just do the thing. All right. Um, okay. Ready with me? Okay. Hi, Babu. All right. So now I want to talk about this idea of like, before I go into the reference sheet and start to go into each one a little bit more. I want to talk about them together as a team, right? So they're built to work as a team, to work as an enterprise. To On my reference list, you'll see that who they are at the party, how they what their role is if we were throwing a party. So we can see them on a wheel, we can see them in Venn diagrams, we can see them in what they do as in a system, in an ecosystem, and then what would they do in an enterprise, right? If we were all in an enterprise together, and we are. Um, so here's how it would go. Fairies often break the ground. So it wasn't lost on me that some of the two early people here to join, the healing hour and to engage were Randolph and Miriam. They're fairies. um, they break ground. They're in it. They get it. It's like, oh my God, this is great. I'm in. And they are always bringing us into the future. Fairies are two steps ahead. They they see what's possible. They are experimental. They're experimenting with the future. They're throwing out possibilities. My ex-husband used to be what he called a creative evangelist, and he would go help big companies with brainstorming, and it was just throwing out possible. So they're asking what's possible. And good, I'm glad, Bill. Um, and so and they're just tossing things up, right? What about this? What about this? What about this? They're not always executing it, but often they are. It's like it's good enough. They'll execute something. Um, you know, how do I want to say? Because it's like uh, this is what I want to do. But how do I want to say? They execute it in an up and down fashion, right? So they might be hot and cold about something. I have a fairy friend who's a painter, and she moved in and out of this painting. Like it took her many months to do this painting, but she would do like a ton, in a day, um, or like over the course of several days, and then she wouldn't touch it for a week or touch it for even longer. So it sort of moves like that butterfly. But they're so interested in the next and in innovation and in what's possible. They hold that flame of what's possible. Often um, the visionary founder, the innovator for a company, is a fairy who like had the idea and then they moved on. They didn't actually execute it like the elf or the hobbit or the gnome or anything else. They had the idea and they moved on. That was my ex-husband's favorite job. He was meant to like, I swear he was meant to like live in hotels and go help people have ideas and then move on and do something else. Um, okay, in this enterprise, elves are the ones to stand and claim the ground. It's like, okay, here's the idea. Now we're going to do it. They're the CEO, right? Um, and they're gonna round the idea out. So they hang out in ideas like fairies do, but with much more interest in the application in the material. So they're starting to bring the possible into the material, into the bigger idea, right? Fairies are like, oh, it's fun, let's do that. But it's like, okay, but what is it? So a fairy might be like, we could all have like mini computers in our hand and like, music could be stored on crystals, but the elf would be like, okay, but what is it exactly? And and I need to get this glass from China. Right. Okay. So hobbits then in this enterprise hold the ground. So I'm a hobbit. Al is a hobbit who was on recently. We hang out in the material. We love a good idea, but it's what's the practical application of that idea? What does it look like? What does it feel like? Can what When I see it in material form, what does it look like? Elves don't go that far usually, right? So I'm like these I was on the Seed Hypermedia meeting, and these guys are great. They're so brilliant, but I was like, but here's what I need. I need it to be we need the new PBS to have streaming video like channels 24/7. And they're like, and I was like, so you can say all this about, the abstract ideas of peer-to-peer networking and da da da. And I was like, but here's what it needs to look like. Here's what I need. Here's the practical application. And until you can do that, like, you know, I don't I don't need to talk to you about the idea because this is my job, right? So we bring it into form in stories and analogies. Um, we build things, right? Elle's a builder. I love to craft. I love to make things with my hands. Often I'm getting the idea for something through doing it, right? So it's like um, I used to say I wrote my essays from the middle out. Like I would just like an analogy would come to me, but very often like a metaphor or an analogy comes, and I write the metaphor or analogy, and then I get the idea later. Um, it's like my body groks it first. So um, so an idea has no value if it isn't applicable. So I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's put this into practice. Gnomes with this enterprise, if hobbits hold the ground, gnomes drive it into the ground, right? So they're hanging out in the rooting and the exploration of the absolute extent of the idea, right? Claudia goes all the way to the nth degree. Gnomes are so exploratory in the same way that in the same way that fairies are. You guys are both like two standard deviations outside the normal curve. But fairies, it's like experimental and fun and forward thinking and gnomes in a way go backward. They go all the way into what has been said and what's been done before, and then they get the idea that way, right? Like Claudia was all this exploration, and then boom, the download happens. and she's exploring in material form. So they're rooting it. They're gonna master it. They're going to drive it into the ground, right? Literally like the mycelia. So they're going to explore every corner of something. So it's not really about practical application, but it's about the exploration of it and what's possible in the doing of it. Dwarves pound the idea into the ground. So they hang out in the roots, in the day-to-day structural application of an idea. So so Leah Remini is a this dwarf I like. She's an actress. She's famous for busting up the Church of Scientology. She's very brave woman, taking them on, and has a whole show about it. She's funny, very quintessential dwarf. She talks about going to the grocery store just to go to the grocery store because she just wants to see what's doing, and she's just like she's constantly thinking of like the mechanics of taking care of her family, of whatever the enterprise is that she's doing, right? So it's like what's the best what's the best new, Italian pasta that is at the market, and what can I do with it, and can I get my husband to pick it up, and like it's this it's the mechanical application, which is not like the hobbits is like practical, but it's about how to communicate it and how to get all the people on board, versus dwarves where it's practical, but it's like how do we actually do it, like what will get this done, what do we need. Cecil was like, here's all the tools you need. He literally bought us a bunch of tools for the land. You have to have, you have to have them, and here's how to work them. And here's how to um, you know change the oil in the chainsaw kind of thing. So it's the day-to-day mechanics that they're going to be focused on, and then humans maintain the ground. So my Aunt Joanne, my Aunt Joe is a human, and she is always just hanging out in the practice of the idea. So her daughter, the gnome, will say, I need this, here's what we need for the kids, and she'll do it. They do repeated moves that help create the manual, that help create the standards of what we're all doing in this enterprise. And humans are interesting insofar as, like, if you think of everybody on a circle, humans come back around and they actually touch to fairies. So humans are open-minded people because they're really just interested in what's the standard, what's the norm, how do we keep civilization and humanity going. What are how can I help is one of their questions, and how do I support what we're doing. And they just want to keep supporting whatever is going. They don't create it, they don't innovate it, they don't research it, but they maintain it. It's the maintenance. And the and so if they're around, so for instance, I know several humans who are friends with fairies. And so if in their fairy, so I knew this fairy who lives in Marin County, and he calls himself what does he call himself? A femboy. Um, and many fairies are gender bendy, by the way. I'll talk more about that. They're two spirit folks, and he he's a gay man who plays with a feminine expression, and kind of, presents sort of non-binary, but on the femme side. And he's friends with all these housewives in Marin County. And these housewives, many of whom are humans, um, he's like their nanny, and he's like the popular nanny. And so in this group of humans, he's the norm. Like he's the norm. He's like the dog walker and the nanny. He's excellent. He's very intuitive, really fun guy to be around. And these women, because he's the new standard, and like everybody's friends, and he has friends that they're all friends with, they, you know, some of them might sleep with him on the side. they they're having an affair. But they, how do I want to say, they don't, it's okay. It's like that's they're just doing whatever all the other housewives are doing, and they're also doing their normal housewife thing with the other human women who are married with children. Some of them don't have kids, some of them just have dogs. But point being, uh, humans don't humans don't have a center, like they don't have this sort of like central prime directive in the same way that the other folks do. They just um, they just maintain whatever the social norm is, and that social norm could be way outside the larger social norm. It usually isn't. This was a rare occasion, but this very friend of mine and we were like, no, they're humans. They're definitely humans. But they were like, they're down. They're down. And of the human friends I've had, they didn't start, something innovative. They didn't, but they like I had human friends who were like down for the weird parties I used to go to in college, for instance. They're down for it, and my aunt's down for it. When my cousin's like, "I want to do this, mom," she's down. She's down, because they want to be with their family. They want to be in what everybody else is doing. So don't get fooled that humans are boring. they they are they're actually what can help really turn the tide on something. It's like when the humans are on board, everybody's on board. But they're just often the last in the cycle. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm just saying hello to everybody. Okay, no more questions. Okay, so now I'm going to go over to the reference list. So pull up your reference list if you'd like. You don't have to. Again, for anybody new, this is on the main page of my Substack. So the handouts are there, and this one's called reference list. And I'm just going to read to you what I'm going to refer to in these reference lists, going kindred by kindred, or one kindred at a time. So I'm going to review the elements again. The positioning, what I'm calling the positioning on the track. So imagine we're on this enterprise together, right? We're all doing the same thing. And we're all, let's say here we are building the new world. We're envisioning the new world, and we're going to build the new world, which is a free world, where everybody wins, right? Fulfillment for all. That's our church's prime directive. In an enterprise, if you think of like a track, a track where you have those like in the Olympics, right, where you have six tracks, and the six tracks, when you're at the starting blocks, there's the ones that start way out ahead, but then they end, and they're like you start out ahead of the game, you end behind the game, or I don't, how would you say it, right? It's you start out in front, you end in the back, kind of thing, but it's the same distance on all six tracks. So the position goes fairies. So fairies start out as far ahead as out front, right? They start out front on this track. By the time they get to the end of the track, they've caught up. Everybody's caught up. So elves go next, then hobbits, then gnomes, then dwarves, then humans. Everybody ends at the same spot. And we're not in a race. But I'm just saying, as we engage in any project, as we engage in something, fairies come first, then elves, and whatever. But we all end up in the same spot, and we all are necessary, and we all are at the party together. Okay? But that's what I'm going to talk about. And then I'm going to talk about the positioning and the track and in the curve. So in the normal curve, where are they in the normal curve? So that's, the normal curves comes from statistics, where you just pool a bunch of people. Here's the standard, and then there's what's called one standard deviation away from the norm and two standard deviations away. So each of the avatars are positioned on the curve. Their qualities, sort of basic qualities, the prime directive or the question they ask, their social role, whether they're tactile or strategic. This is a military term. So you have people who are tactile, who learn through the body, and people who are strategic, who learn through the mind. As I've said, there's the two sides, right? It's one body, one mind. As a hobbit, I'm more tactile. I'm body first. My body engages, and then the idea comes. Or versus an elf, right, where they see the big idea, the mind happens first. It's more strategic, and the tactile is later. As Vasfi says, we were talking about like she had the realization like, oh, I want to go to the park, I want to move. But for an elf, it's like you might not even have to go to the park because there's such a rich mental life, right? Whereas the Hobbit got to go to the park. It's like it's not the idea. Like I might like the idea and the actual movement to go to the park. Like very often, I just go wander outside. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where my walk's going to take me, and I find out as I go. And then I learn later. It's like, oh, I actually needed to go to this area to get this analogy and this metaphor, and I needed to see that plane go overhead. And like it was the idea comes later. So tactile or strategic. What their movement and flow is, or like the butterfly up and down. Their flexibility and their role allegiance. So how flexible and um, how much allegiance do they have to their seat assignment? Then we have their temperature and their chord. So this is like, are they warm, cool, major, minor? And I think there's a lot more here to explore that you all, will discover. Diet, which I'm going to hold very, very lightly. Um, that it really, really depends. Every body is different, and there's so many other influences there. But I'm taking a very, very general stab at it. Their habitat, which includes like what rooms in a home they might hang out in, the level of a home, um, and the chakras. Again, I'm not totally sure about these, but I'm taking a stab. The taste. What of the six? There's five tastes, but or there might be six. Anyway, I added one for humans. Their humor, their spirit animals, the symbols associated with them, their aesthetics, their clothing, a great day for them, gifts for them, and what I would call the award, like the thing that they would love to receive in recognition of their duty, or they're not their duty, but their achievements, you could say. And of course, in our new world, there's no competition. There's nothing like that, but there's a lot of celebrations. So, I'm going to give the fairies a pixie wand and a crown, and I'm going to give the gnomes a sash because they're more academic, for instance. Okay, so we're going to go one at a time. If you pull up your reference list, I'm going to pause to use the restroom and to see if y'all have any questions to type in before we keep going. I don't want to, I don't have a sense of like how much it's all digesting. So see if you have any questions. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, intermission's over. Any questions before I keep moving on here? Digesting very well, potty break perfectly timed. Okay, good. Yep. As it happens. All right. So if you have your handout out, I'm going to start with fairies. Um, so we have I have sigils. I have sigils for each kindred. Sigils are like emblems, or they're used in like magic. They're used to describe in a way how one uses their magic. It's like how the energy moves. This guide is so fun. Oh, good. It's great. It's gonna be all organized. We're gonna build this field guide together. I think this is my dream. It's another dream come true. It was no fun just being the expert and hoarding this information. No more hoarding. No more hoarding in the new world. Everything is free. Everything is available, and everything we play together with it. So sigils are used in magic. It's like a symbol to show how a magician uses their magic. So I gave everybody a sigil, and they just came to me one day. I'm again open to them being different than this, and you gnomes and dwarves and other kindreds are going to have to tell me if I got it wrong, but for now I think they're helpful. So I'm going to show you the sigil for the fairy before we start. So here's the fairy sigil. They're all circles with lines, basically. So the fairy sigil is a circle with an X. The X goes outside the circle, right? And this is basically like an antenna, like a butterfly, like an insect, like a bee. Um, they receive. You often see like fairies. Like I'll see fairies on TikToks, and they'll have like little buns in their hair or little hair tiebacks, which literally have antennas. I have a friend whose daughter is a fairy, and she has this like hair tie thing, which it's just literally two antennas. The symbols are there. You're going to start to see the symbology. Um, and so it's just what naturally you're attracted to. Um, the the movement is lateral and crosses a lot of ground, right? So fairies are moving like this around, like an insect or a butterfly around, a field of flowers, for instance. Um, so it's more lateral or horizontal versus vertical. You'll see some others that are vertical, and they receive information that's from the air, and they receive off the crown chakra, so the higher chakras, right? So that's the fairy symbol. Much more to probably say about it, but I'll stop there for now. Sarah says, I've been seeing symbols similar to this. At first, I thought they were chakra symbols, but realized they weren't, but were visible along with certain chakra activation. Awesome. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm holding the chakra thing really lightly, but if I were to guess about fairies, it's the crown and the third eye. And that they're really that's the relatively open chakra. It's like the chakra that opens first. And or like where they hang out or where their domain is, right? So hobbits are heart chakra, but fairies are more like they just get that innovation from God, right? It's like a lightning strikes, right? Um, so and you could, yeah, the lightning one could go for fairies or for elves, but it's more crown chakra. So cool, you're seeing the symbols. Okay, great. Love it, love it, love it. Uh, Yep, this fairy almost always has headphones on to receive from phone. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Every fairy I know almost always has their headphones on. Yes, they're and this is the thing about fairies too. It's like you guys are cool with like an endless stream of information. I like cannot, right? It's like too much because I have to move it through my body, whereas you don't. It's like you're just processing it and you move it through really quickly. Super fast processors, right? Um, so it's like areas of the body and the chakras. It's like head and arms kind of thing versus or and the energy, the frequency of those chakras versus hobbits where it's like blood has to go through the heart kind of thing. Okay, so that's the sigil. They're converting fire to air, right? They're converting these insights into communications. The positioning is first on the track, and they are 2 standard deviations from the norm, right? So they're the eccentrics, them and the gnomes. So they're always going to be most fairies will say like, I don't feel like I fit in. I don't feel like this world is for me. Um, I'm the weirdo. Nobody understands me. I'm ADD. I'm too, I should have been born 50 years down the road. I'm so frustrated that people can't see like what I see. Um, I need people to catch up with me. Nobody wants to have any fun. They always want to have fun. So their qualities are fun, fast, um, two spirit, so male and female. Now, so I want to give an example of this where it's not like uh, every every fairy is gender fluid or every fairy is non-binary or whatever. It's or gay or bisexual. It's more that it's that there's it's both spirits are alive and well in them. So for instance, I have a trans friend and he's a hobbit, and and he's just trans. Like he's just a man. He's just a man. He's not two-spirit. And when back when he was younger, um, and was living, gender expressed, somewhat feminine, uh, it was just never right. It was never, he doesn't hold the two together. Whereas most of the fairies I know are like, they really are fluid, right? Like my fairy friend who dresses more femme one day, and not the another day. Um, and like I have male fairy friends. Again, we can agree that most men are bisexual, at least anyway. But fairies, especially I know many fairy men who like just experimented with. Now they wouldn't say this necessarily to their male friends who are heteronormative and repressed, but they just experimented in their college years, for instance. Even though they were sort of on the side of hetero, they were cool with just playing sexually. So there's just that element is there. So Prince is a good example, right? He's such a good example. He's a hetero man, but he's really fluid, right? And he has fun with it. So the qualities are fun, fast, two spirit, up and down, in and out. The prime directive for fairies is really, in the end, is it fun? What's the most fun thing? They're innovative and all that stuff, but it's all in the service of fun. It's in the service of the party. As I've said here, they're the life of the party. And fairies, tell me if I'm wrong. Almost always has headphones on. Oh, but I really want to know. I think that this is right, that like the prime directive is fun. Um, but if something else strikes you, you let me know. The social role is the initiator, the fun bringer, the innovator, the idea generator, right? So they're just generating ideas, just all kinds of stuff moving through, right? Um, a costumer or a decorator, they're going to add that color and flavor to things. They're playful, they bring the humor, they move the energy, right? That air and fire. They transform the energy. They are associated with like the Fool card in the tarot, the Joker, the Harlequin. They'll turn things upside down just to see what happens. They're a bit of tricksters, right? So they'll just fuck around to see what happens. My cousin's son is a fairy, and he literally just like, we talk about how he's got his teachers wrapped around his finger. Um, and he'll just like it's always about fun. It's always about kind of like, what can I get out of this? What can I do here? Um, and he'll just do whatever it takes so that he has fun and so that he wins, including, you know, maybe a white lie here or there. And none of it, her elf and her hobbit wouldn't do that ever, but the fairy would. The fairy would just fuck around and find out, kind of thing. They're not afraid to explore the edges, right? Two standard deviations out. They're not afraid to break the rules, to bend the rules, to poke at the rules, to make you mad, just to see what happens. Um, Allow space for other. Randall says fluid, yes, yes, fun. Allow space for others to play and experiment. Yeah, exactly. The other thing is exactly that. There's this real desire to like, look, you can have fun too. Like they're like, yeah, my ex-husband and I, he used to get me in a lot of trouble. It was like, it was like, which is great. It was good trouble. Um, but it was like, here's room to experiment. You should experiment. Try that. Try it. Try it. It's always their invitation. Of the tactile and strategic, they're actually, it can be both, but they're more tactile than strategic. Fairies are a little um, like one of their symbols is a rainbow. So it's like they're they're all things. They really are. They hold a lot. They hold a lot of contradiction and complexity. So I might say tactile and strategically, but I would fall on the side of tactile. Meaning they're not strategizing. They just want to get to it. They want to get to the thing. They're not going to pause to strategize in the way that an elf or a gnome would. Um, they or a human would either. Where a human's going to make sure we're mapping along the rules. It's much more like fuck around and find out. Let's just try this, and let's jump in and see what happens. So that's more tactile, body first kind of thing. The body area I've associated with, again, these are a little bit of a question mark, but is skin, where um, the fairies love a costume. They love to put on different masks. They love to try other things. It's kind of what I mean by they hold a lot. There's a rainbow of people inside of every fairy. Um, so most drag queens are fairies, right? So, and they're constantly adjusting their skin and their hair and the surface level. The thing with fairies can be that they only permeate the surface layer of something, which is necessary. Again, if we're think of it as a team, we need the butterfly that comes in and just gets the essence and goes and moves on and keeps moving us forward. But they're not going to be all that interested in that gnome story that takes 2 hours to tell and and goes into the deep recesses, right? Um, the fairies, it can be like skin deep. Skin deep is enough. So that's why the skin. Um, Okay, so movement and flow, I had said up and down and in and out. So they move in and out of a lot of things. So Randolph, maybe you can tell me, it's like you got your headphones on, but you're really listening to like three different podcasts at once. You got three streams of information and things you're doing in that day, right? And then you're really happy to like have a men's group call and then talk to Deb and then send a message to me and then go eat something and then do a workout and like and it's just this it's a multi-focus is a fairy to say the least. Um so again, feel free to chime in. Okay, flexibility and role allegiance. So how flexible? So fairies are highly flexible beings. They can adjust to almost anything. Um but low allegiance. It's like loyalty. I don't know. Is that all that important? um, which is not to say, I mean, it's like they can be highly loyal, all of that, but it's the like RuPaul, RuPaul's, I got some beef with RuPaul, but he's married and he has a partner and he loves his partner. um, I have beef with all celebrities. But they're it's an open marriage. They sleep with other people, and he's like, why would I ever deny myself or my partner other love? You know, um, and of all the kindreds, I would say the fairies are the most likely to be non-monogamous, if I were to guess, um, because it's just too. It's like it's too grounded and stable, and they're way too interested in the next taste of something. um, I think it can work really well where they have like my guess is like a stable home, but they're that stable home, then they're free to experiment. And that stable home would be really nice to have other fairies in it who get it and um and have the same sense of like here's my person, here's my people, but I'm free to go sample and travel and move around. Um the temperature is hot and cold. um, and the chord is a major chord. So if it's major or minor chord, the feeling of a fairy is a major chord, right? It's what's popular versus and like I said, they're highly innovative, but like they're going to be on trend. They're going to know what's going on. They're going to know what's happening in the news. They're aware of the pulse of things, right? All of pop stars are fairies. So they hit a major chord and versus a minor one. Um, the diet is again really questionable. I loved Miriam's sharing of like she's eaten a lot of hamburgers, and sourdough bread. I think that there's all kinds of things here with growing older, with men and women, with all kinds of stuff with our blood type, as Miriam talked about. So again, hold this very lightly. But I don't know a fairy who doesn't like fruit water of some kind. Not that I don't have it too, but so like she was saying, Miriam was saying, put berries in your water. Even like fruit juice, smoothies, the stuff that's very light, um, sweet, full of like really the essence of things. So that it's probably simple proteins when it's proteins, meaning like Miriam's hamburgers, a lot of nuts. I most fairies I know do well with simple carbs. They can eat a smoothie in the morning and a plate of pasta at night and do just fine with very little protein. But I could be wrong about that. And certainly Miriam's experience shows me that there's a big question mark here. But I've had the experience of telling many fairies who had stomach issues and digestive issues because they were trying to eat paleo or keto or all these different things, and then I was like, just eat the handful of berries and the yogurt that you want to eat, and and a croissant for dinner or something, and then they like felt a lot better. So take that as you will. Okay, the habitat and rooms that they hang out in. The habitats are going to be airy and fun and playful, and there's going to be a lot of stuff to play with and a lot of things to engage with. Um, I have a fairy friend who changes her porch decor every season. So it's going to be trendy. It's going to be what's the latest in the shops, because they're moved on to the next, right? And this is interesting to them now. There'll be games and things to play with. They like outdoor spaces. They love to be indoor, outdoor, and we all do. And I'm like, hobbits are sort of very, very ground level, but I would say fairies are every level. They just move in and out. Every time I've had a fairy, I mean, I lived with one, it would drive me crazy, but my fairy friend who've had stay with me, she's in and out all the time. She's in and out all the time. She's just doing a bunch of stuff. Um, so that's the feel. Uh, Chakras, I said, crown and third eye. The taste is sweet. Um, so versus salty. Uh, Humor. So the fairy humor is often very silly and playful, referential, fast wit, right? They're going to refer to a bunch of things. Can be absurd, like turn things upside down, be really wacky. I should have put the word wacky. Chris Fleming, this fairy comedian I like, is just, he's kind of chaotic. It's like he has a band on stage, and they kind of do funny clown sounds behind him as he tells a joke, and he's falling down, and he's playful, and he's got a crazy sparkly costumes on. And it's just kind of wild. uh Spirit animals, I just put a few here. There's probably many, but butterfly, bee, insects, flying things, hummingbirds, right? Super fast, but they're actually still underneath it all, right? Which is true for all of us. But and then the hummingbirds are so colorful, and they sort of come in and out, and they're seasonal. They don't stick around all season. They come and they go. Um, okay, symbols or talismans. I put a wand or pixie dust, like any fairy has their wand. The Harlequin hat, the Joker hat. And the Harlequin hat, I have a tarot. It's called the Rorig Tarot, and the Fool card is a male and female face. It's a Harlequin, and it's split in two, and side is made up like a feminine, and the other is masculine. Um, and one is smiling, the feminine is smiling, the masculine is stern, I think. And so the Harlequin hat also, it's the antenna, but it also shows this sort of two spirit quality, that there is they're the beginning and the end, the Fool card, right? They're both playful and like a little kid, like the Fool, and then they're also the wise one. They'll just have the wisdom, like a fairy wisdom will just drop some wisdom on you, and then they're out of there, and it's like, holy shit, that just changed my life. um, the antenna, the rainbow, a unicorn, all the flowers are good symbols for fairies. Hi, Maggie. Let's see. Aesthetics. Lots of color and sparkle. They love fun and interesting aesthetics, right? Like Trixie Mattel is one of my favorite drag queens. He has done a show where she created his name is Brian, but people call her Trixie, created the Trixie Motel, which is an old like 50s motel in Palm Springs, that they have these themed rooms, and they're all ridiculous and so playful, and they used vintage stuff and new stuff, and it's just so fucking fairy. And Brian's house is also ridiculous. It's like every room is a theme, and there's really fun weird stuff. There's hobbits and fairies overlap in this, where we can do really cool weird stuff in our homes. um but it's a lot of playful stuff. There's like an enormous disco ball with pink mirrored squares on it in the pool area. So if you want to see a fairy home, look up Trixie Mattel stuff. Um, and that's of course like the full extent. And then it's going to be themed. It's going to be changing. There's going to be themed rooms. There'll be party lights for sure. It's just like how they dress. So their clothing is it's it sets a tone. It's got a feel to it. It's often like a costume. My ex-husband would like I mean, if it was just a Cubs shirt, but it's bright blue, he'd wear his bright blue Cubs shirt, but he'd also wear his bright blue tennis shoes and maybe a hat to match. So he's a Midwestern, 6'2" Midwestern guy, like not, just typical white dude kind of looking, but he would wear um, matching hats and socks, because every opportunity is a opportunity for play, for fun, for performance, for costuming, for a theme. So often have a lot of jewelry, including costume jewelry, accessorizing. There's going to be a lot of accessorizing. Uh, for men, I get that it can be different, but like Randolph has like his bright neon green shirt that he wears. It's very fairy, right? Not afraid to be bold, and generally on trend. A great day for a fairy is going to be lots of different activities. Let's see what Randolph says here. My fairy chiming in. Hummingbird, yes, here, there, and everywhere, taking nibbles from every flower. There you go. Exactly, taking nibbles. And even your meals can be like my mother was a fairy, and I don't remember more than a couple home cooked meals. There's this movie called Mermaids with Cher years in the 80s. And I was like, that's my mother. It's basically like snacks for dinner. Like, um, so I mean that, there's conditioning in that, and this is why I say like you gotta be, but left to her own devices, like a fairy in alignment may just snack throughout the day, just have a snack board. Um, and my mother would eat popcorn for dinner and feed me that, and that would be fine. It was fine. And it was not what the Hobbit needed. I needed a hearty sandwich or a pasta dish or something. But in and out nibbles is the way. So lots of different activities, playing outside, gardening would be a great day. Games, party planning, lots of friends, dancing. It's going to look like a party. Uh, Gifts for fairies would be flowers and perfumes and scents and essential oils, all the things Miriam described that she has. Um, Teas and infusions, decor for their home, on-trend decor, something sweet, fresh fruit, give them a party or a concert to go to, introduce them to new music, new clothes, a road trip. Those would be fun for fairies. And when a fairy does something, I believe they should get, just like RuPaul gives out, you get a crown and a scepter, whether you are male or female. Because you are, you're a great performer. Okay, that's fairies. Moving on to elves. Only to see, I have all these other, hold on one second. I have this other form. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, I have another example of, I think I said it all. I have an example from Chef's Table. I mean, we have the famous persons list, but I forgot to put these folks on that list. Um, And so I don't know if everybody watched Chef's Table, but it's all these famous chefs, very well produced from chefs all over the world. And there's a chef named Christina Tosi. She created the Milk Company, I think it's called Milk Bar in New York. Worked with Jade Chang, who's a gnome. But Christina is famous for creating these like cake balls and extremely elaborate cakes and experimental ice cream. She created cereal milk ice cream. So it's a lot of sugar. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of celebratory food. Um, she literally is like, what else are we doing? Like, let's just have fun. So all of her food is just literally like party food. And she's a professional chef. um, and it really highly experimental. She got famous from this, like she called it crack pie, and it was just like everything that she had in her pantry. She made this pie. It didn't make any sense, and she barely remembered how she made it, but it was experimental and it was fun, and people loved it. And that's a good example of a fairy. Sarah says, "I'm seeing this sort of like the Enneagram, where you have a main type but gravitate towards other types." Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, I'm a 3, and I like it's what is the thing? It's sort of like if I'm moving backward, I'm moving toward a 6, but if I'm moving forward, I'm toward a 9 or something. And there's different gravitation. Then you have the people next to you, which are like you're the 2s and the 4s, right? So I get along well with them. Exactly. So like hobbits get along quite well. I mean, we get along well with hobbits are the middle ground. We get well with everybody, but like let's say like fairies are pretty far away from gnomes. Now you're both eccentric and really cool and interesting and artistic, but if we take the 2 standard deviations, fairies are going this way and gnomes are going this way. And so exactly, Sarah, it's like they would be on opposite ends of a spectrum. In some ways, though, they overlap as well. But this is why I'm like, let's create these graphs and things and see what they looks like, because I think it's very much like the Enneagram, um, and because it's all like geometry, right? It's all one, and it's like we came up with a really cool story. We did, because it's one mind and one body, and we were like, let's play with 6 different kindreds, and let's play with Enneagram. And PS Enneagram, I've steered mostly clear of Enneagram because like the people who took it over, I felt like it was sort of negative. But I think I've mentioned this before, but I like the book. I never read the whole book, but it's called Facets of Unity by H. Almas. And he took the challenge of the Enneagram, right? Like the Enneagram 3 is the perfectionist or the achiever. And boy, is that true. It was like, I got to get everything right, and I got to get those A's. And I got to prove myself, all coming from unworthiness and all of our stuff. But so the Enneagram is actually it's almost like your life challenge. And your home life and everything is coordinated into that challenge. So it's basically neglect I had from my parents. It really worked in the service um, of my number 3 kind of pathway. But what Alma says is that what we're exploring. So we have this challenge. So it's the challenge of the 3, and the 3 is the doer. The challenge of the 3 is actually to realize a universal law, which is, or what he calls holy ideas, which is that natural law reigns, that there is no doer, there is no doing, which is literally what I'm constantly saying. So my challenge as Enneagram 3, and my challenge in my conditioning and in my whole life, right? This is where like it's like I'm saying to us, like, put conditioning over here so we can see what everything is, just sort of in a clean way. However, there's this larger story happening, like Claudia was talking about, right? Where there's lots of levels to things. And so the very conditioning we've had challenge us, right, probably is part of the story of being a hobbit, or the story of being a number 3 Enneagram. So I think we are all exploring some aspect of being and being challenged as a fairy, as a hobbit, in the way that Enneagram is too. Um, but anyway, so the holy idea for so there may be like this, like, I mean, I guess I'm talking about it. It's like, what is the question they're answering? What do they want to know? Which I don't know if I yeah. It's the through line, it's the theme, similar to the natural law theme being in my Enneagram. But I'm going to need your help to keep refining that. Anyway, cool. I wanted to say this about fairies is like, it's like, it's the fool card again, or the harlequin and the juggler. It's like, and this is like it's not morality, but it's like everybody's authentic and true at their base. um how do I want to say, because fairies are so experimental, they they're okay. They seem to be okay, more okay than the others, in experimenting with like darkness, with like, well, what if I just fuck this up? What if I piss off this person? What if I like stand in the face of authority? which is why they like the Fool card. They start off a new system. They start off a new phase, um, and uh, and they can get themselves into trouble, and they can get other people into trouble as a result of that. Um, so, but it's what's needed in a fairy. They need to be. We need them to be able to. We need somebody to fuck around and find out. Is basically what I was saying. Uh, and there was a book called Trickster Makes This World. One of the books I actually read years ago by this guy named Lewis Hyde. He's kind of a philosopher, and he talks about the trickster archetypes in mostly a lot of Native American stories, but stories are a lot of different cultural stories. But he refers to a lot of the American continent stories, and the trickster. So like the raven, the coyote, the what else are there? I don't know. There's other trickster animals. They are Trickster Makes This World. They literally they hearken a new era. They hearken a new storyline. They hearken a new chapter. They um they cause trouble, and it's basically good trouble. So I've referred to this movie a couple times. It's a documentary called Biggest Little Farm, where these city types go and create this farm, and they're having trouble getting their flywheel going, getting it to be this regenerative farm that's really functional. They're getting a lot of glitches, and one of the main glitches that they keep trying to solve is these coyotes killing their chickens. And the coyote is like the first problem that they have, and in approaching that problem, they get to know their whole farm and everything that's needed, and how to get this flywheel going by actually stopping trying to prevent the coyotes and planting and creating other solutions in other areas of the farm. And eventually everything moves into balance so much that the coyotes go away. They're just not really an issue anymore. The dogs help, um the there's other animals that sort of help, that create basically a perimeter, and the coyotes lose interest. The coyotes also get other food from other places from the farm flourishing. But anyway, symbolically, the coyote is first. They're the first trouble, and then and it's awful. It's sort of like it's an awful part of the movie where you're like, oh my god, are they ever gonna, like, they've lost like hundreds of chickens, but it ends up being the solution as well. So whenever I see coyotes here, I'm like, oh, good, good. So I should put coyote in there. Coyote and crow in the spirit animals on the reference list. We should add those. Okay, on to elves. I call them the party planner, right? The big idea people. So they're converting air to water. The positioning in the track is the second track, and they're one standard deviation away from the norm. So they're alternative, but not eccentric, right? So the elves are like the cool kids. They're like, um, the Steve Jobs, right? So he's not Steve Wozniak, who like never left his computer and was not very social and couldn't talk to people very well. He's one standard deviation. Um, the qualities are efficient, effective, focused, precise, idea first. Um, they are they're also innovators, right? Um, they're they have the plan, right? Here's the plan. Here's the plan. Here's what I want to do. And then they will just do everything to get that plan to move into place. Oh, show you their sigil. So a circle with an arrow, right? The arrow is going up. They're going forward. It's an advancement. Elves are advancing us. If fairies innovate, elves advance us. So it's like, okay, we're going this way. Here's the arrow, right? Elves, I've given elf friends of mine like arrow symbology stuff and trinkets and things, because they just always remind me they get the job done. They get the idea and they move into it. Um, they're what do I want to say? It's about the idea, right? So they'll pull. They're pulling from the ground. They're pulling from the people in their lives, like this CEO would, right? Here's the people at my board table, right? And I'm going to show them where we're going. So I'm going to show them the big idea. I'm going to map the party plan, right? I'm going to map where our enterprise is going. My old friend was an elf, and I used to say about her tools, right? And I'm always saying, like, they're not her tools, they're not my tools, they're not anybody's. They're just we are the tools. But I used to say she made the best map. She took the idea of like the non-dual folks and the embodiment folks and whatever, and she was like, here's the idea. I was like, oh yeah, that's the idea. And then we go do the idea, we go, implement the idea. So that's the elf sigil. So the prime directive is do it right, do it fast, and what's the quickest way? Get this idea going. And it's really like, what is the idea? They're organizers in the social world, they're idea honers, they're strategizers, they're the big picture holders, they're the producers. So they're gonna go, like this. They're gonna, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Make it happen, and then tell the people what to do. set them on their path. Strategic versus tactile, right? They're seeing it through the mind, not through the body. The body comes later, and if it doesn't happen through the body, it doesn't usually often happen through their body. The chef's table person who's an elf is Grant Achatz, who I've been to his restaurant in Chicago called Alinea. It's kind of gone downhill because he's got a big ego. Which we can all have, but it was delicious back in the day, but it was extremely conceptual. So his food, he would be like, the idea is I want floating food, right? Like that was his idea. And then it was like the event, what it ended up being was, I think it was floating food or something. He's like, I want to deliver floating food or something. So he does clouds and different things, which is very air and water. So in one of the dishes, he had this like pillow that you put a dish on, and then it billows clouds, and you can smell charcoal, but the steak you're eating, it doesn't have any charcoal on it, no char on it, but you get it through the aroma and through this cloud. It's very elfy. So the idea is like, I want them to taste this, but I wanted them to taste it through a cloud, or I want their food to float. And then he put helium in taffy basically and created these floating taffy balloons that come to your table. And so it's like a helium balloon, and you take the balloon, and then you eat the taffy. Idea prominent, right? And make sure it's artistic, and so he would have this idea. So he would go to his whiteboard and be like, here's the idea. And then the people who like actually make the food taste good would adjust to the idea versus the other way around. So I'll give the example for the gnome later, which is almost the exact opposite. Okay. The body area, I think, is the nervous system. They're again, that's the ideas coming through. They're the it's not just the skin, it's now into the nervous system, but it's not landed in the blood and the organs and stuff yet. It's just still in the brain and spine and the nerves. Okay, movement and flow is focused, directed. They go very far, very fast. It's tough to keep up with fairies, but for a different reason. Fairies are like this. Gnomes or elves are just like that. Flexibility and role allegiance, low flexibility. Elves generally, it's like Steve Jobs. It's like, nope, my way or the highway. And the elves I know who are, in sort of powerful positions, it's like the elves are like, no, I'm right, and this is it. And when they've grokked the idea, they're right. Like they get it, and they can see it, right? So it's good that they have low allegiance and low flexibility, so they can hold that idea for us, right? The temperature is a little bit cool, a little bit removed, not cold or anything, but it's like literally elves are like they're cool. They're not warm, they're cool. Um, so everybody has all the temperatures, and is very warm, but like, um again, the elves, in order to see that big pickle, it's like just a little bit removed, uh and they can be challenged to be in the body a little bit removed in order to see the big vista, right? So if they're in the house, they're more on the second floor, so they can see above the trees and get that bigger view, instead of the first floor. But every elf I know is very huggable and lovey and adorable, but slightly cool, slightly minor chord, not a major chord. um Okay, the diet is generally, could go, again, real question mark here, but it's sort of on the side of high protein, high fat, paleo, keto. Definitely, so fruit and veg, but simple. They're not going to go into complex food. They may love to cook. I know some two elves who love to cook, but it's very simple, and even like, one who makes pasta, their own pasta. It's high protein pasta. It's ancient grain pasta, um, and like, how do I want to say? It's studied food. It's like, is this going to pack a punch? It's not whether it's fun. It's whether it's like, is this going to get the job done? So certainly delicious, all of those things, but it's the it's is going to keep me moving. Does it give me, an elf would be the one to like measure their protein powder and make sure the protein count is just right, that kind of thing. I'm just going to pause and see if there's any questions. Yes, in growth, you move toward other types. Yeah, exactly. Krista says, I got so many fairies around me recently. I know it happens like that, right? That's fun. They lighten the mood. How do you know what type you are? Abby, you're going to just keep listening. We've got handouts. This reference list that I'm referring to is on my main page. I've said before, like, I've had sort of questionnaires in mind in the past, but in the end, I think I just trust you all to digest all this material, and one is just going to emerge. You're going to know which one you are. So the reference list is going to be helpful, and then the famous people list is going to be helpful. All everything here and everything we're going to continue to discuss will help. Just it'll emerge. I think I'm a butterfly. Well, then you're a fairy, my dear. Sarah says, this is so fucking cool because I don't resonate with any other typing things like human design enneagram. I know, me too. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking cool. It's the most helpful one I've found, right? Enneagram is like the only time I found it was helpful was like, I was like, oh, there's something to do with this challenge because being a 3 sucks. And it really just validated what I was doing anyway. But this is like, it opens a door, and it's really like, I just think it's endless. I think we're going to find a lot of things together, and it's really helpful, and it's fun, and again, it's this lineage of not like the challenge that we set up for ourselves like the enneagram, but like our ancient elemental brothers and sisters, and our nature spirits, and our, it's the earth, the matrilineal, um earth, lines. Bill Gates, I don't know what that means. Bill Gates. Yes, someone need to fuck shit up. Yeah, exactly. Fox. Oh yeah, Fox. Yeah, Fox. Fox is one of mine too, but Fox could be for elves as well. And this is where I'm like, spirit animals is very personal, but it's a little. I'm just trying to sort of get this idea of like how they move. But spirit, there's a lot of overlap, I think, because I so identify with foxes, but I'm a hobbit. Randall says, yes, coloring books make absolutely no sense. Do what? Color within the lines? You're kidding, right? There you go. There you go. Way outside the lines. Yeah. Yeah. What are we doing? Any rules? Why? Boundaries? No, I'm going to cross them immediately. Yeah, exactly. Legolas the elf in Lord of the Rings, very cool. Yeah, exactly. We need to come up with an interactive quiz. I can see it. Go for it. I'm all for it. It's just wasn't, I just follow what's fun, and the quiz is not, hasn't been it, but I think exactly, we put it together, and then Abby's questions, although, like I'm saying, like, if Abby goes, well, I'm a butterfly, it's like, I think that's I think we know. Whereas I would never say I'm a butterfly. I would say I'm like a Pooh Bear. you know um Anyway, guys, so great. Yes, let's come up with an interactive quiz. And this is like, so what I want is to teach this healing stuff. I want to give away everything. I want everybody to know their God. I want everybody to know their nature. I want everybody to wake up. I want the world free. Like, that's what I want. And it very well may be that this is the stuff that goes viral, right? That this is the stuff that gets me on Tim Ferriss representing us all. Because people just, it's too much, this other stuff. So I feel like this is like our honeypot, like our like our secret weapon. It's not a weapon, but it's like, here, look, isn't this really fun? Okay, cool. Come for the kindreds species, stay for the deep healing and revolution and the one cult. Such a hobbit. I know. I am such a hobbit. I'm a quintessential hobbit. And you are a quintessential gnome, my friend. It's great. In like we're missing dwarves and humans because they come later in the positioning, but we've got the representatives here, so we're all going to help each other, identify each other. And like every person then ends up being, and which will be great because I don't have to refer to famous people, because they're really hard to refer to. They're all so compromised. It really is fun, and it's really the great mother calling her children home. Yes. Oh, totally, totally. Exactly. I literally had that exact phrase come to me yesterday. It was like, this is all mother calling her children home. Like it's, and like, it is the divine mother. It is the feminine calling ourselves home. It is the earth calling us home. We have been so lost, led by these little boys for so long, and it is time. It is really, it's like happening right now. So, but yeah, if we create these products and these different things to spread, great. Again, I'm not interested in owning this at all. This is ours. This is our first document in the one cult to rule them all. Okay. Um, in their habitats for elves, we've got plenty of light. They love a lot of light. They love no fuss. So it's, in a way, if you step out, the fairy home drives an elf crazy because it's so much fuss. It's like, why are we playing games? Let's get to it, right? And so an elf is like, the energy has to be able to flow. They're energetic beings, right? And they're idea beings. So I need to be able to, and they're following this line. I need to be able to move through my habitat efficiently. Efficiency is so important. So you're not going to see, you're going to see just clear hallways basically in their homes. Lots of light, lots of white, lots of like a cool palette. The rooms they're going to hang out in are the office, the bedroom. We all hang out in all the kitchen, and but these are just sort of, just so you get the idea. It's like a second floor office would be help. They would love that, where they have a nice view. Um, the view is really important for all elves. I don't know an elf who doesn't really, really want a view. Even if they live, sea level, they still would love, and even if everybody loves an indoor outdoor, we can just walk outside, but they really would love to be up on a hill, to be able to see as much as they can. Okay, third eye and throat chakra are the chakras, I believe. Again, question. The taste is sour. In the same way that there's a little bit of a minor chord. There's like a little, like when I was talking to Vasi the other night, it was like she was a little sour with me in life. It was like, but this is a problem, And all the elves I know, they can get a little sour, and it's good. It's like because she really challenged me to like find other ways to point out the safety and the love and everything that's here, the okayness of it all. And but it was like there's like an edge to it. It was like, um, it's like a fairy and an elf would be sweet and sour. And the elf is like, the fairy's like, let's do this. And the elf is like, yeah, but how's that going to actually work? And like, we need to make a plan. Do you know? To be like that. Their humor is witty and sharp, observational, big ideas, a lot of ideas. What's his name? I'll give you the famous people later, but Jerry Seinfeld. Not that I'm a fan of Jerry Seinfeld, but he's a typical elf humorist. Observational, quick, the idea after an idea and after an idea. And he's not very fun. I mean, he's funny-ish, but he's not very fun. And he's a misogynist. There's somebody wrote on Substack, the essay was called "I fucking hate Jerry Seinfeld." I read the whole thing. I loved it. He recruited his wife when she was 17 years old, like many of these men. Anyway, so that's their humor. Spirit animals. I put birds and fish, right, for the air and water, and fast mammals. Like I just think of like really like a peregrine falcon, like a jaguar, like like precise, um, like just a lot of like the bird realm, you know. We all have bird representatives, but elves maybe especially. Symbols are arrows and lines, diamonds, like a diamond facet, anything that reflects light, like gems. The diamond is also like it cuts through, right? So a diamond would just just cut through all the other bullshit. What's the through line? What's the idea? That's it. The bare minimum, the most essential. Um, the triangle. So it's like here's the idea, here's the person with the big idea, and then they distribute it. So they kind of a hierarchy. Elves work well to sort of dictate what they want to do, have done. Their aesthetics are this of course goes to skin color and a million other things, so not necessarily, but it can be, and just like what you like, right? So um you know, if I grew up in Nigeria, I'm not sure I'm going to put baby blue as my color, right? That might have much more to do with the culture I grew up in. But many of the Caucasian elves I know have softer palettes, not really rich colors, not what did you call that? Like high concentration colors, right? Because it's air and water, so it's a little more of like whatever you would find in the sky colors, you know. Airy high ceilings, lots of light, organized for efficiency, and focused areas for specific tasks. It's like, here's where I do work, here's where I do whatever. As a hobbit, I'm like everything. It's like I've cozy corners everywhere, and everything is about the coziness and the comfort. And so I have multiple spots where I would take my computer, whereas an elf is going to be like, no, this is where all my stuff is. They'll have AI and machine helpers. The elf loves a machine and loves AI. Many, I mean, I like AI too. I'm talking with AI, but many of the people I see on like TikTok who are having these rich conversations with AI. Oh, I have my TikTok list of all my people. I'll post that at some point. Um, I'll just like the people to follow who are gnomes or elves or things. Um, many of them, I would say most of them are elves, where it's like I said, the quartz crystal is there, right? They mated with a robot, they mated with a computer, where it's like, hey, what do I what's let's me and the AI have the conversation. Their clothing is going to be classic, simple, fitted, easy to move in, no fuss, something they can multitask in. This sweater, not so much, you know, too cumbersome. It's you got to roll it. It's I can't go like workout and do and you know, have a Zoom call at the same time in the same outfit. So Steve Jobs famously like wore a uniform. He wore a was black turtleneck and a pair of jeans. He wore the same uniform for years and years and years. It's very elfy. It's like they'll have staple clothing, and that's what they'll wear. In style, because they're only one standard deviation, right? So it's something. It's on trend within the last several years, but often like classic. It's a classic suit or a classic. I don't know, classic fit, right? The fit is very um yeah, very functional. It's all about the functionality of it. Let's see. A great day for an elf is flushing out an idea or completing an idea, getting that project or that task completed. Um, like all of us, I put playing music, dancing, singing. Really, that's everybody. But exploring future plans, coming up with ideas with friends. Um, Vasvi and I had this conversation where it's just like we got to the bottom of this one idea, and then it's just so fun. It was fun, super fun for me too, but fun for me would also include like it was so fun. I loved it, and that like I immediately after that conversation I had to like go walk outside and like move it through my body in a way, because it's too concentrated, too concentrated mental. Right, I needed something earthy, something physical. And then for the award, I put that they would get a scout patch. My elf friend I told this to loved it. It was like because you guys are scouts, you're like here's where we're going, here's the plan, and if you map something for us, you're like, okay, and then you mapped a path in the woods for us, great, you get a patch for that. You mapped the new business plan for us, great, you get a patch for that. That's what elves would get. Okay, any questions or comments before I keep going? Welcome everybody who's joining. I'm referencing some handouts that are on the main page of my Substack. We're talking kindred species here. Okay, hobbits, the heart of the party. Let me show you their sigil. Looks like a captain's wheel. At some point, I'm going to get a captain's wheel tattoo. My next tattoo. The hobbits are, how do I want to say? They're like at the center of things. They literally are like the captains. And the focus is on them. They focus on everyone, and everybody focuses on them. The Brad Pitt, for instance, is a hobbit. Not that Brad Pitt's also a son of a bitch, but there's this popularity and this kind of like common, every person, approachable, warm quality. So they have what I call distributive power. It's like me. It's like I kind of can speak everybody's language. I can move in multiple directions. I speak fairy. I speak elf. Hobbits are the heart chakra. We are the because we have the earth, right? We are people. We are the people can plant their seeds in, right? We have, because we'll like, it's like give us the ring, we'll take it all the way to Mordor, because we're slow and steady and reliable and sort of central. We're like a central figure. So a lot of the central figures in movies, like I don't watch movies much anymore, but I think the last movie I watched was, and this was many months ago, but I watched it for a second time, was Everything Everywhere All at Once. When I watched the Barbie movie over the holidays, both for the second time, and Barbie in the Barbie movie, including Ken, both in the movie and in real life. So Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling, they're all hobbits. They're hobbits in the movie and they're hobbits in real life. And Ryan Gosling and Ava Mendes, by the way, divine. Now again, celebrities, I got to beef with all of them, but of all of them, Ryan Gosling and Ava Mendes, his wife, two hobbits. They're the closest I've seen to a divine match in the hellscape that is Hollywood. All hobbits, and because there's something just friendly and approachable about them. So distributive power. They kind of like gather the elf idea, they gather the thing, and it's like, okay, here we go, off we go. So I've sometimes said like the Hobbit motto is onward. and and I've had people say along the way as I've been doing this stuff, it's like, yeah, Meg's tenacious, like she'll get it done. And it's like, yeah, I will. I won't stop. Like hobbits don't stop. Hobbits are just keep on trucking. We will keep driving this boat. So uh, that's a hobbit. So we're the heart of the party. Um, we the four hobbits were the center of the fellowship, exactly. And exactly, it would be like Aragorn saying to Legolas, it's like for Frodo, right? Like we're doing this for Frodo because Frodo and Sam and Pippin and Merry can make it there, right? They can deliver it. It's like they'll deliver the ball. They'll cross the finish line. And so all the energies from all these other people focus on the Hobbit, and it's like, and this is why I'm like, do the play ups with us, like spread the word. It's like I promise I won't betray you because I'm on everybody's team. And I'm like, I can deliver the ball. And Tim Ferriss is a hobbit, right? Where he's just like delivers the ball. He just and his his 4 Hour Work Week book, which I never read. Not I've never really been interested in business, but um his it's like super practical, like what's going to deliver the goods, what's going to help you work well, right? And so I'm like, you get these two hobbits, you get me on Tim Ferriss, it's game over, it's game over, we're going to be way too adorable. And too, like, we speak everybody's language, people will understand. That's why people gravitate to Tim, right? That's why people gravitated to Zach Bush, right, who I'm so critical of, but he's a hobbit because he has this sort of warm and approachable thing. He's completely off the deep end. He's working for the enemy. However, he's got all this potential because there's this attraction to the earnest hobbit. So yeah, so let me deliver our ball. I'll make our church first. Okay. Let's see. Okay, converting water to earth, right? Planting it in the soil, making it practical, the practical of our work week, the practical handouts for to learn this taxonomy, the practical steps to heal, right? That's what all I think about all day is like anything that I have occurs to me, anything that happens in my life, I'm like, how can I utilize this to teach people to heal? How can I utilize this to show people to get more resources to help more people? Like, it's just constantly that. And so Claudia's church idea or religious idea, I was like, oh my God, that's the best idea. Now how do we do it? And then what's the analogy, what's the words, what's the story, what's the hook? I put as one of our tools or symbols is a hook. It's like, what's the hook, what's the line, what's the phrase that's going to hook more people to bring them in? Okay, we're the third track, and we're within one standard deviation, so we're going to be in the middle of the normal curve, right? Um, that's why we're so approachable, right? We're us and humans. We're not a standard deviation out like elves. We are your every person, right? We're your next door neighbor, right? We're your friendly next door neighbor. Um, that's what makes us be able to carry the ball, and the humans carry the ball at the end of it. So, and you can think of it almost like this progression. It's like if they're on the track, right? We've had the fairies and the elves hone the idea. We got the hobbit carrying the ball, and then the gnome um, drives it further in, and the dwarf pounds it into the ground, and the human writes the manual and makes sure everybody's following it. And then the fairy fucks everything up again. All right. Qualities: warm, approachable, down to earth, physical, huggy, it's like I'm a physical person. If you're around me, I'm gonna be grabbing you with consent. Uh Homey, lighthearted, loving, earnest, friendly, heartfelt, easygoing. Earnest, I would say as well. Our prime directive is to serve. What can I do to help? It's like that is I think that's it. Now, again, conditioning can get in there, but um, like, like, so there's this movie called Naiad about Diana Naiad that was I watched a couple years ago or a year and a half ago or something. It was on Netflix, I think. Annette Bening and Jodie Foster. It's a real woman who swam from Cuba to Florida, and she tried many times, and she finally did it in her 60s, and they didn't give her the record of it or whatever, and she did it. She's a hobbit, and she was fighting some demons, but she so it was I think she was doing it from her conditioning. However, she's a hobbit, and she can do it, and she's gonna like bring the ball home. And a lot of what went through her mind was that this would be a service. It would be a service to people to see me do it. And she got to the point where she was glad she didn't do it in her younger years, and that in her 60s was when she did it, because it was more of service. And so there's this sort of fundamental, earnest, like service orientation that's at the heart of hobbits when they're not conditioned in a funky way. So, for instance, I'm just gonna keep trashing Zach because underneath it all, there's this earnest desire to serve, but now it's being used to basically just serve money, just serve empire. Um, and so the conditioning rotted him. And it's basically, at some point we can talk about the, let's say the corrupted version, right? So a healthy hobbit is like Al, he's clear, he's healing, he's not operating from his conditioning. There's this desire to serve, um, friendly, affable, approachable. That's underneath in Zach too, but he's basically turned into Gollum, right? If you remember, Gollum was as a hobbit. And so each of us have like the troll version, the corrupt version. And for hobbits, it's Gollum. It's where we sort of cling to our precious and we tuck in and we become really introverted and we've depleted ourselves so much out of service, and me too. And this is my past, that we're sort of we cling to the material form, we cling to the ring, we cling to my precious, instead of treating ourselves preciously, instead of honoring ourselves, instead of serving ourselves first. So another conversation will be this kind of like, what does an unhealed, I guess we could say it that way, right? And we're all healing, we're all in the process of healing, but what does an unhealed elf look like versus a healed elf, right? I'm giving us the healed version, but there's all of us have sort of patterns that are unique to the kindreds, even if it's the same conditioning, meaning we all went through the same hell, but the way I navigate that hell, the way my conditioning looks in a hobbit looks a little different than it would in an elf. If that makes sense, but not always the case. Muji's a hobbit. Muji's a hobbit. Oh yeah, I could do the non-dual teachers. Byron Katie's an elf. Muji's a hobbit. Adyashanti's an elf. Or sorry, Adyashanti's a hobbit. Eckhart's a gnome. Wish they would all. Amma. What is Amma? I don't know. I'm mad at all of them. Like they all need to step up and challenge Empire. But anyway, yeah, Muji's definitely a hobbit. Muji's super hobbity, very warm, very approachable, lots of different use of language, service heart. I think Muji doesn't like. This is where he lost his own service. He's getting a little Gollum-y. There's stories about grabby hands over there. But he's stopped honoring what's true in his body. This is where all the spiritual teachers go wrong, right? They're not honoring their being, their body. And it's not fun. Like I wouldn't want to be up on a fucking dais day in and day out. Like I want to live my life, so I think probably Amma is a hobbit as well. I think I'm almost positive, but same thing there, right? She's outsourcing herself. She's making herself a middle person, and that is not in service to her, so it is not in service to life, and she's just creating dependencies. And I think Muji's doing the same, which is not to say I didn't learn from them and they weren't helpful in my path, and especially Muji. I used to. There was like a long time where I could not sleep, and I would just sleep with Muji, playing Muji. I would just hear him in the background, and it was so. And the feeling of that felt like home and felt so comforting. And hopefully, I offer that now. But but yeah, there's the piece for all these folks where then he gets a little Gollum-y because he hasn't healed other pieces in himself. And same with Amma. There's sexual abuse in Amma's community. She sexually coerced her student or her child, or as she calls them. Anyway, for another conversation for another day. But yes. Okay, so they want to serve. They're the gatherer, they're the connector, the distributor, the homekeeper, the builder, the translator, right? They translate all the different languages. The touchstone. People utilize me as a touchstone. It's like they just need to like call me every few months, and I'm like, you're okay. Oh, Rupert Spira is probably an elf. Yeah, elf. Oh, yeah, I would say elf. I'm not a just all mental and kind of not like, I don't know. He seems to be quite sort of disembodied and egotistical. I mean, he's just got a big ego sitting there. So that's all I see. But the way he teaches is very elfy. It's just about the idea. It's not like his, he doesn't have a happy marriage. He he doesn't. He's not. He's got some issues. um, so anyway, but you're getting it. People are going to start to you'll just start to get it. Like, oh yeah, that's who it is. We'll go through the famous people soon. Okay, writer, director, mother, father, touchstone, homekeeper. Right, you get it. They're they're homey, the one that you keep returning to, the one you can rely on. Tactile versus strategic. Obviously, tactile. The body area is the heart. Their movement is slow and steady. Now, and it's multi-focused versus singularly focused. Um, so I'm I often have multiple things going on, right? Like if you look around, it's like I got a craft project going. I've got I'm writing this thing in my mind. I'm working on this video. I'm working on this presentation. I'm also making a soup. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. But each one is sort of slow and steady. And this is also feminine, right? The feminine is nonlinear. The masculine is more linear. Elves, just as is the kindred, that's a little more linear, a little more pointed, precise. Um, but it's different than a fairies multifocus insofar as if it's very slow and steady once I engage, right? So I'll move. I'll be like crafting for 2 hours, and then I move into writing, and now I'm out walking, and another idea came, and then I go home and do that idea, and it's like it has this slow and steady flow, right? So when we're talking about the elements, right, we've got the water and earth. So think of a lake or a pond or the ocean. That's how it moves versus water and air for an elf. It's like a cloud, right? So a cloud moves differently, and it's got a higher vista, right, versus a lake and how it moves. Um, so it helps to know that it helps to keep remembering the elements and like the spirit animals and where they are on the earth kind of thing, so that you can see, oh, this is how this creature moves, right? The energy in my veins is water and earth, so I move. So it can be more like a lazy river, is one other way to see it. um Flexibility and role allegiance: high flexibility, very flexible, right? Multilingual, and steady allegiance, right? It's not high allegiance or low allegiance necessarily. Um it's like, what do I want to say? Habits are so earnest. So it's like I don't get distracted. I'm like this is what we're doing. It's slow and steady, right? Like, so that's why Frodo got the ring. It's just steady allegiance. Like, I know what I'm doing. I will continue to do this. Like, people who've betrayed me, over the last year and a half or so, it's like, oh, they didn't really know me. They didn't know that I will never stop. Like, you can't kill me. Like, I'm like, okay, now I know I'm not hanging out with you anymore, but I'm moving on. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna, whereas, like, which is not to say fairies are extremely resilient too, but fairies like might just collapse and like be, kind of like calling off sides for a year or a month or something. Um, Kind of up and down, whereas I'm like just steady. So the allegiance is like, I know what we're doing, I know what the mission is. We are onward, captain's wheel. Um, Temperature is warm, obviously. The chord is major, obviously. And the diet is home cooked, cozy. Think stews, think pot pies, um, lots of veg, things from the garden. We all love things from the garden. We all love fresh stuff. But I can eat bread every day and be just fine. I can eat these kind of rich foods. Butter and bread might not do very well in an elf system, but it sure does in a hobbit system. Okay, habitats, rooms, and levels. The habitat is going to be warm and cozy. You can kind of see behind me, right? We're going to have a lot of art. We're going to have color. It's going to be handcrafted. There's a lot of my own art and other people's art in my home. Um, I make, I have a loom that I made and paintings that I made and pottery that I made and that other people made and gifted me. And everything in a hobbit's home is precious. It's from the heart. It's like things I love, right? It's like I just have my little shell that I love, so I can just look at it and hold it and I'll just literally pick it up, or my little elephant that I love, or my captain's wheel that I should ring the bell when class is in session, or whatever, right? I've got so many little things around that are precious to me, that have heart to me, that are my friends and family's gifts. I'll show you my witch, who I just gave her a little flower in her hair. She's here. She blesses me. And my cousin gave me that years ago, and I love it. It's like I got it and I loved it, and she's going to be with me forever. So, um there's going to be a craft room, there's going to be high touch items, personalized items, precious objects, earth tones, warm, inviting, cozy. Um there's lots of pillows and cozy areas that all throughout my little cottage here. So I've got like 4 different areas to just be cozy in. They love the ground level. They're going to be in the den, in the craft room, in the outdoor room. Of course, we're all in all the rooms, but the chakras, I believe, are the heart and solar plexus. There's this sort of strength and individual grit, and this heart that go together. The taste is umami, the yummy taste, right? Not sour, not sweet, but umami. The humor is often dry or silly or goofy. Um, like, just throwing I mean, we all could do one-liners, but I'm always like, what's that one? Like the one cult to rule them all is very Hobbit, right? It's sort of cheeky and silly but catchy as well. I'm gonna need to have to plug my phone in, but it's okay for now. Um, okay. They're spirit animals, friendly mammals, like a lot mammals in general are kind of, and domestic animals, frogs and toads, because they're at that water and land juncture. But again, we all have spirit animals that are unique to us. The symbols are the captain's wheel, all things circles, all things like a hobbit home. Um, we create circles. We are the center. We are the circle. We are where people gather. We're like the home that. P.S. I'm going to be throwing a party on winter solstice this year. You're all invited. Um, so domes, arches, circles, wood and trees, obviously, because we are mated with trees. Um, I always think of the staff or the shepherd's hook or a fish hook. I have a fish hook tattoo. I was a fisher girl when I was young. My dad lived on a small lake, and I loved it. I loved, well, I loved, we all love being out in nature, but I loved the patient, slow, um, um, it's like to be a good fisher, you have to sense it. You have to like be the fish. Um, and then this hook thing is like, right. I'm constantly looking for that metaphor, that story, that thing that's going to hook everybody. That's going to be that one liner, right? The one called to rule them all, so that because it's of service, right? It's like the thing that everybody can relate to is what I'm constantly thinking of. So the hook in terms of literally uh, the fish, shepherd's hook, um, the hook in terms of a phrase. The pentacle or coin were associated, if you go into the tarot, we're all associated with suits, you could say. We're definitely the coins or the pentacles. But that's just like it's the material world, right? It's in my world, we don't have money, but it's still a material representation, right? So we are um, as that earth element, and as the water into earth, we represent the material world. Um, Aesthetics. We've got it, cozy lighting, soft pillows, homey, just a lot of decor, a lot of plants. One of my biggest losses was all the plants I lost in my move. They just didn't make it. Some of them didn't. Not all of them didn't make it, but Vintage classic furniture, a lot of homey kitchen items, soft pillows, cozy lighting. Whereas elves are going to have bright lighting, a lot of sunlight coming in. I want dimly lit, right? Cozy warm lights, earthy tones, exactly. Um, Clothing is going to be comfort focused, natural fibers. I cannot wear anything that isn't cotton, linen, or wool. If I wear something, it's got to be 80% that. Can have a little bit of petroleum product in it. But my mother gave me a robe one year of like, she's fairy, and it was like one of those little plushy, super soft, all plastic, all petroleum, but it's fine. She had one and she wanted me to have it. I put it on, and you either okay, good. And this could be, I mean, none of us should be wearing plastic clothing. It's not healthy for us. However, um, athleisure and stuff like that elves can often do better with it. Fairies can do better with it. Um, but when we get down to the lower frequency, not lower frequency, but slower frequency, like and especially hobbits and gnomes, I would say, we really just don't do well. We have to have natural fibers. So, but I put this robe on, and I literally felt like I was going to throw up immediately. It's as if it's like too. It's like a toxic to my system. So thank you. This is my Hobbit sweater I got at a resale shop. I love it. Look at it, has like little granny squares on the bottom. Isn't that cute? Um, my favorite sweater, all wool and so soft and cozy. Um, Ashley says, I know exactly what you are trying to convey. Oh, good. Hi, Ashley. It's good to see you. Um, okay, cool. So I'm going to keep going. Ashley, the handouts are on my page. Okay, so clothing is comforting, layers, natural fibers, cozy, can move in and non-constrictive, something you could wear on a 10-mile walk. A great day for a hobbit is making something with our hands. We love to work with our hands. We are the DIY. Gnomes are too, you know, uh, um, fairies are too, dwarves are too, but hobbits are like, we're the builders, we're the makers. We really we we will make something before we research it. Like every time, like I don't have an idea when I'm like making jewelry. I just have my stuff, and I'll just, here's some bones, and here's some old chains, and here's some links, and I'll just start playing with it, and something will emerge. We learn through our hands, through our bodies. That's that tactile thing. We love just cozy time. We love a long walk. We love to talk with animals, or the elementals. We're very, close with nature. Again, we all are, but have a big stew for dinner, a gathering, throw a party and have her close friends come over. That's a great day. Gifts for hobbits would be handmade things, socks and slippers, anything cozy, craft and art supplies, practical tools for their craft. I want like a wood carving set. If anybody wants to give me a gift for my birthday down in September, you know what I mean? Something to carve. Like I got a wood carving set for my friend who's a hobbit, but I really should have kept it because I really want it. So something you made, something from the heart, right? I keep everything precious. Most things that I've received, I've kept. Like, they're just so precious to me. And the award for hobbits is going to be coins. I swear to God, I don't know. I don't money. I don't think money should exist. Yet I love a wood nickel. I love a wooden coin, or like I have these. I was wearing them yesterday. These coin earrings that are from lakotamade.com, the Lakota tribe. They're coins. I just love them. I love everything. It's circular. It's this representation. Okay, so that's hobbits. Any questions before we move on to the next? I'm going to plug my phone in. We're at 3 hours. Is that right? We're at 3 hours. Good Lord. Okay. Thanks for hanging in. Somebody's gonna need to make some clips of this. But this is just the first. This is just the first. Conversation. Plugging my phone in. All right. I'm gonna keep moving on because it is getting long, and I'm getting tired. But it's also fun. Okay. Please don't go. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm not. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. But you got a lot. You got 3 hours worth of material before you showed up. Uh, so okay. Gnomes. Here we go. Art of the party is what I call them. They are the sensualists, the ones to um, research what's best for the party, um, set it up in the most amazing way. They're deep divers in every sense. So they're converting air to earth, right? Or sorry, earth to air. Um, so that's wrong on there. The track, they're the fourth on the track. They are 2 standard deviations outside the norm, so they are another eccentric one, right? The gnomes are the wacky ones, the wild ones, the weird ones. Um, one of the Venn diagrams I have that overlaps, right, is a fairy and a gnome, and in the middle where they overlap is just the eccentric one. People will mistake fairies for gnomes, but they have a completely different flavor. Randolph knows this well. Completely different feel to them. Ashley says, my garden has gnome guardians. Oh, good. Qualities are deep divers. They're creative. They're inquisitive. They are serious. They're mental. I don't, everything isn't on this reference list, as you know. So I didn't say that they have like this. They have this almost like a geeky or a researcher quality to them. They're they're willing to be weird. They're willing to go way outside the norm, and in fact, they'll even like relish that nobody understands them, that they're very odd. Um, the prime directive is to know, what do I need to know? And so they're going to go research it. Their social role is researcher. They're often behind the scenes. They're the engineer, the builder, like the software engineer, the biochemical engineer, like Claudia. They're the connector. They're connecting dots deep in the mycelial network, right? They're the record keeper. They're the collector. They're the archivist. I didn't put that word on here. They're the explorer, the refiner, the librarian, the bookkeeper, the sensualist, and the artist, right? When it comes to tactile or strategic, as much as we may think they're tactile, but you could almost say they're tactile and strategic. But in the end, they're strategic. It's like Claudia did all this research, all this exploration, all this deep diving, and like Krista's doing, but it's like, how do we chart it? What's the hologram? What's the key thing? What's the thing I need to communicate? Ashley, I'm gonna hold off on your questions because a lot of your questions are going to be answered by the first part of this. Okay, so we got 6 kindred species. We're moving with those. I'm just keep going. So strategic, I would say. Could say tactile and strategic. The body area, I think, is the blood. Again, question mark here, but it's like, how Claudia was like, it's the blood has like all the information in it. Like our blood is literally like everything's there, right? Our blood type is what affects our food intake and what our body wants. It's our genetic material. It's the life force. It's got all of the nutrients that we need. It's the deep blood network. It's like the mycelial to me. Is gnomes associated with that. The movement is slow and variable. It's singularly focused. So my friend who's a gnome who used to do like sex offender assessments and like do these big battery of tests with sex offenders, with criminals, and she would be focused just like on writing up this assessment because she'd have to go to court and testify, and she'd be singularly focused on it. But so she's focused on this one thing and this one communication. But how do I want to say? And maybe you gnomes could say it better. But like it's sort of slow and steady, but it would be like it's like she'd go off. So she's doing this thing. She's writing this assessment, but she's going way off on a tangent over here about the interview she had with the guy, and way over here about the family history that he has, and way over here about his trauma and why that has affected him. And so it's all these mycelial strands to then come back to this singular focus. That's how it feels to me to be a gnome. Gnomes, yes, the archivist. My gnome's memory of our 33 years together is encyclopedic and seemingly etched in stone. Yes, yes. Exactly, exactly. It's exactly. It's like it's like and Ramita, she would like write this thing, right? She would have remembered, she would know how that piece of the guy's trauma played into his, I don't know, you have to give him diagnoses, his depression diagnosis, which plays into the people that he he injured or whatever. Like it was like all the different pieces come together, and it would be like and because she was such a good archivist, because she had dove so deep, and then like we said, it's earth into air is this one communication. So everybody wanted her to testify, and the judges always just deferred to her, because it would be like, is this guy, can he be rehabilitated, what should we would do with him? And she would know, because she had archived everything, and she did a 360 view, and it was like, here's the assessment. Now she would also say, in her body, in a way, she always knew. And this is what Claudia said yesterday. She said, right, like, I'm remembering. It's sort of like that. It's like through the body, through the earth comes the idea. That's the gnome. It's sort of, it's this opposite of the elf, as I was saying, right? Um, okay. Let's see. Low flexibility. Not very flexible, these gnomes. Carved in stone. It's like, this is what's true. And low allegiance. They're like, listen, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I gotta do what I've gotta do. They don't give a shit. They often have a real grumpy attitude, and it's a good thing. All right, the temperature is heated. They're a little heated. They're a little like, they're passionate, right? And the chord is minor. It's eccentric. It's not popular. They're often not interested in the popular opinion. They could give a shit about popular opinions. The diet is often experimental. I'll talk about the chef again, Nancy Silverton, the woman who started La Brea Bakery. She's from Chef's Table. When she finally got her recipe for her bread, I think she said it was like 1,000 times that she made her bread before she got it. That's gnome. That's gnome, right? Grant Achatz is like, here's the idea, doesn't even really care if it happens. Leaves that to everybody else. The gnome is like, here, try the bread, earth, 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 earth. Then here's the recipe. The recipe comes out of the practice with the hands, out of the exploration. Um, so their food can be experimental, complex, lots of spices and sauces, and experimenting, and layers of flavor. A lot of gnomes I know don't do much animal protein. They're vegetarians. The vegetarians I know almost always are gnomes and fairies, and hobbits too. Hobbits can be. Just FYI. Again, totally depends on you. Their habitats tend to be dimly lit. My cousin, who's a gnome, and her husband, who's a dwarf, opposite uh, lighting. She likes dimly lit, like a cave or like a basement, not necessarily a cave, a basement or underground. Right, they're down in the ground. So my father used to love to go to the basement and be sort of tucked in there. So they love like libraries and apothecaries and collections and objects with stories. They often have whole collections of something. Um, and something, and every sense being activated in their homes. So you've got a kitchen that's rich with flavors and scents and spices, and then you'll have like a whole craft or art area and a library with a lot of books, and they often can have a good amount of tech too. They like, because they're an air element, they like my father likes like modern appliances, the latest thing. If they're in a level, they like that basement level, the in-ground level. Okay, the chakras, I think, are kind of like solar plexus and sacral, getting into the sensual sacral area. Um, they are very sensual creatures. Gnomes are like, they um, they master the senses, right? So if they're going to make you a meal that's like, again, it hits all these layers, and the aroma is going to be great, and they're going to want to put it on like a beautiful plate. Hobbits too, but gnomes, it's like it's always so, like my friend who's the sex offender assessor, she's a great cook, and when she makes an egg, it's like the best egg I've ever had. It's just she takes her time and it poaches it just right, and then she puts it on the toast that's buttered just right. Dave Chang, who's a gnome chef, had a whole like hour-long treatise about buttering bread and how to do that right, and that's so fucking gnomey. So everything in their home is going to kind of reflect that. The aesthetics. Oh, let me not skip this. The taste is bitter. They're a little bitter. Uh, their humor is esoteric observations, a little dark, some storytelling, puns. Um, they can be a little dirty, a little not always, but it's like a little dark, a little like provocative, I would say. Similar to fairies, but in a quieter way. Spirit animals are burrowing animals, the turtle, the crow, the snail. Again, many more symbols, hats. I don't know a gnome that doesn't love hats. Diane Keaton's a good example. She has a ton of hats. My friend, who's a gnome, makes hats, beanies, fancy hats, baseball caps. You name it. Many men, often male gnomes, will have hats on all the time. Microscope, the mushroom, polka dots, symbolizing mushrooms. Like a lot of gnomes like polka dots, glasses, vintage items, books, pointed roofs like a witch house, and gadgets of all kinds. Their aesthetics are in their home sensual, multi-textured, artfully made. Everything in their home often has a story. It's like mine stuff is like it's precious, it's from my friends, but theirs is often like, well, here's the whole history. Like my gnome friend, like she has these pens that she loves, and she knows the whole history of how they make these pens and the mechanics of the pens and where they get their ink and what I mean. It's a whole thing. So they got a book for it. They got a whole deep story. There's often, yeah, advanced tech and machinery and collections. Their clothing is often funky, eccentric, sometimes academic, exploratory, sometimes vintage clothes, usually comfortable. They can do varied activities as well. Um, some gnomes so I didn't say this, and I'm just not going to go into it today, but you could say, I think that there are like air gnomes and earth gnomes, right? The two elements. So an air gnome, for instance, my one friend, it's like she doesn't really care about clothes that much. She doesn't care about the form. She's much more interested in like exploring this assessment and that the idea, um, and diving deep into the stuff. And the physical is secondary, but she's still a good cook, you know. Um, but then there's earth gnomes who my other friend who's like everything's about the material and it's all about the art and it's all about the body and it's all about fashion and it's all about like Erica Badu is a good example of an earth gnome, right? There's so much exploration in the material, and so there's still about bringing the material into air, but they're going to stay in form and really enjoy the form a little bit more. But there's still an idea in it, right? Like Erica Badu's clothes are always there's an idea in it, there's a story in it, there's a point to it. It's communicating something. It's not just because it's fun. Okay, a great day for a gnome is researching, learning a piece of knowledge, a deep dive. Let them have their nose in a book all day long. Um, where the senses are all activated, so they're cooking, they're creating, they're making, they're planting a garden. Gifts for gnome are going to be ones with stories, things with stories, vintage or artistically made, very refined making of things. Anything with sensual pleasure that hits all the senses. Anything where they get to learn something, a classes or an excursion, a learning opportunity, a concert, books, art supplies. And their award would be a sash because they graduate and they taught us all something. Let's see. Okay. Oh, your symbol. Oh, yeah. I didn't show you a symbol. I'm so sorry. Here's the gnome symbol. Right. So they are, I'm wondering. Yeah. No, we'll see. You guys have to tell me if you're, it's like, it's the air. They pick up on the air. They pick up the ideas. But it's like, is it really driving into, because I continue to think they're taking the earth. So is it that these are actually opposite? I don't know. I'm open to it. But but they're dry. It's the point here is that there's this singular focus right down deep into the earth, right? But it might be that it goes the other way. I'm not sure. It very well could be. It very well be that this could be gnome. But that's the symbol. Thanks for reminding me. Okay. Earth gnome. Yeah, good. You might know. Trees. Trees. Yes. Earth gnomes. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna keep it moving here. Are we oh no, it's not. It's only 3 hours. Yeah, okay, we're at 3 hours. Okay. Well, we're gonna get through this before 4 hours is up. It's longer than I thought, but it's okay. Hopefully it uploads is my only issue. Um, okay, dwarves, the party provider. They are converting earth to fire. They are the fifth on the track. They're one standard deviation away. They're alternative, but they're not eccentric, and they're not normal. They're a little alternative. These dwarves. Their qualities are loyal and committed, reliable, strong and tough. They have a pack mentality. They focus on their family. They are sexy. They are resilient, and they are physical. Their prime directive is to make it happen. What needs to be done? Let's make this shit happen. So my stepfather, it's like, there we go. Let's pack this stuff up. What do we need? What are the tools we need? When do we leave? Let's pack this thing up. What's what are the like yeah, what are the essentials? What and then what are the steps? What are the mechanics? Is really what they're asking. Social role is the doer, the assembler, the social initiator. Often in hobbit homes are where they gather in dwarf homes. But in the dwarf home, you're gathering in like the kitchen or you're gathering in the garage versus in the kitchen or in the den like at a hobbit house. But they are makers. They're uh, yeah, they're makers, they're guardians, protectors. They're like the mama and the papa bear. So if hobbits are more like the mother and the father, the the dwarf mother is like, I will protect my children at all costs. I will kill you if you hurt them. So they're a little bit of a shit stir, like Leah Remini is. Um, they have fire elements, so they're gonna in the same way that fairies do. They're gonna start shit. My mother, both my mother and stepfather have passed, but when they were together, um, they were the people at the end of the party, and they would cause trouble wherever they went. I mean, they're in their 60s and 70s, and they were causing trouble. Um, so a dwarf will like pick a fight kind of thing. And the we used to use the example of like the Fast and the Furious movies are all dwarf stuff. Um, they there's like a pack mentality and a bone to pick. They can have a kind of warrior attitude. Again, I'm envisioning the new world where there's no war, but they still will like assemble the pack. They'll still make sure the family is well protected. Um, you know, as the feminine rises, I and as we sort of establish, right, they're the fifth on the track, but as we get established, I can see like Leah Remini protects all these people leaving Scientology. The dwarves are going to be the protectors. They're going to hold the line. I was saying that beautiful story that AI and I created, right? Where it's like, or that the woman that I read from that woman, where the women rise first and then the men hold the line. It's dwarves. A lot of dwarves are at that periphery. They're going to hold that protective space. Um, so yeah, they're very resilient, similar to hobbits. They make it happen. Um, and let's see, tactile for sure. Obviously, the body areas. I think the muscles. They have the brawn. They have that like like I like like yeah, then they travel in packs. So it's different. So, as you think of like the Hobbit, the story of the Hobbit, where the dwarf pack, right? The dwarf pack comes and picks up the Hobbit. It's one Hobbit that goes, but it's a pack of dwarves, and the pack of dwarves have a similar resiliency, and they are often protecting the Hobbit, right? So the Hobbit is a little softer, and they go well together. Like dwarves and hobbits can get along well because they can have this sort of similar like, we're going to get this mission done, and we actually have to do it through our bodies. Let's see. Intense and fast is the movement. Keeping up with the dwarf. Whoa, they're intense. They are all in. They are strong. I've never met a dwarf that isn't strong physically, muscular and multi-focused. So they can have a bunch of stuff going on at once. They don't have to be singular focused. In fact, they like multi-focus. Low flexibility. They're and high allegiance. So they're highly allegiant to. Oh, I didn't show the dwarf sigil. Getting off on this. So more distributed, right? Not this sort of singular focus, a multi-focus, and the information is coming from the ground. So that's the dwarf symbol. It's the fairy one flipped upside down. So they're sort of complementary, opposite reflection of the fairies. So high allegiance, we will complete the mission, but they're not very flexible. They're going to do it this way, right? Think of the dwarves in the Lord of the Rings. They're just like, this very stubborn, hard to get through. So the temperature is hot, hot and spicy. There's, as I used to say about dwarves, or as Crystalia, this comedian says, he says, I'm not traditionally handsome, but there's something about me. Dwarves have something about them. Leah Remini, something about her. Joe Rogan's also a dwarf. P.S. I think Leah Remini and Joe Rogan are a divine match. And Leah Remini just got a divorce. Again, got beef with them all, but there's some relative health there. And there's something about him, right? Like, I wouldn't call Joe attractive, but there's something about him. I wouldn't, Leah's beautiful, but all women are beautiful, but all people are beautiful. But there's something about her. She's got this spice to her. So they're hot and they hit a major chord. So they're often popular. The diet, I don't know a dwarf who doesn't like a lot of animal protein. Kind of a steak and potatoes, folks. I'm sorry this is so like Western focused, if I knew more diets, I would go into it, but simple family style. They love a family style meal. Something that highlights the ingredients. The dwarf on chef's table is the guy, I forget his name. Ivan is his first name, and he's the guy that makes the ramen, and he married a Japanese woman. He loves Japanese culture. He loves ramen. And it was just like throwing shit in a pot and like rediscovering how to make ramen. And he makes them in these big steel containers, and it's like it's like physical how he makes ramen. And it's not researchy. It's like throw the slab, throw a big hunk of meat in, see what happens. Try this, and um, and through trial and error, through banging through it, he got these really delicious recipes. Um, so moving in much more sort of hot and extreme ways than a gnome would do to discover that. So their taste oh, sorry, I'm not on. I'm on the habitats and rooms. Bright and practical primary colors, metals. They love a garage. I don't know a dwarf who doesn't want to hang out in the garage or in the big kitchen. They love a bar. They love a cave or an outbuilding of some kind. They have big like garage lights everywhere if they have their druthers. Their chakras, I think, are the sacrum and the root. The taste is salty. They're a little salty. Their humor is loud and performative. They'll do caricatures and facial expressions. It's physical humor, shock humor a little bit. Loud. Their spirit animals are pack animals, I would say. Wolves and lions. My stepfather loved lions. Singular focus, ideas into the earth. Okay, good. Okay. Let's see. Symbols are hammer, axe, knife, gear of machinery of any kind, like gears in a machine. A watch or a clock. Dwarves love a watch. Tools of all kinds. They like a dwarf woman's purse will have a multi-tool in it, a wine opener in it, a key, like keychain that has a bunch of stuff on it. Things that will fix stuff, like machinery. Her purse itself will be this enormous, might have it itself is like a tool. Rods and chains. They love chains, the things that like, would be in a something mechanical. A road wheel is a good symbol. bags and supplies, like you're packing. They're the supplier, right? So they're the protector. So they're going to pack your supplies. Like Cecil gave me a tool belt as a gift, right? Um, Aesthetics, big, spacious gathering spaces. Like I said, garage lighting. Everything's a workspace because they're constantly working. They're constantly doing something. Um, and they like stuff that like celebrates the mechanics of it, um like like it's okay, it's be like industrial lighting or like an industrial loft that is just hanging cords of lighting would be very dwarf. Industrial spaces in general are so everything looks industrial. It's an industrial chair, an industrial knife would be what a dwarf would want. uh let's see. So clothing, also kind of blingy and jewelry. Imagine they're the ones that lives in the caves, right? They live um and so they like shiny things. They like the gems. They're often good with money. Um they like bold looks. They also could do like a similar to a fairy, bright colors, or like neon colors. Um it's strong and tough stuff. It's like their clothes can literally look like suits of armor. Um there's this designer who had all of her dresses were like sequins and literally looked like chainmail, or like when they made a dress all out of chainmail. That's some dwarf shit. um I would say in their clothes there's a cisgender expression, so almost the opposite of fairies. Fairies are gender bendy, two spirit. Dwarves are almost always stereotypically gender expressed. I haven't met a dwarf who's like non-cis. They sound some for, and I just might not know them, but so even if they're like a gay man, they're going to be very cisgender. um, a great day for a dwarf is a lot of physical movement, tasks for their family, dancing, cooking, organizing. Like I said, heavy lifting on family projects. Let's get her done. A celebration um, with family is big. Gifts for doors, multi-tools, tools of any kind, mechanical version of something. Give them the mechanical pen, give them the mechanical tool, give them the new tech. If you're an elf and you teach them the new tech that they would love to have, but they don't know how to navigate just yet. Uh New clothes, they love jewelry, how-to course, um and then like give them a project to put together, like it's like the give them the deck materials to build the deck. um or give them the new, I don't know, makeup palette for the gals. The award is a medal, like a warrior, right? They give a medal of freedom. It would be something a dwarf might like. Okay, how we doing? How we doing? How am I doing? That's the question. I'm doing good. We're gonna move through humans. Then I'm gonna have you guys just like read, like just glance through the famous people. And I want to just like, it's almost like I want you to grok it. I don't want to go too deep into any of those people. I just want you to grok it like, oh, I get it. That's the flavor of Hobbit. That's the flavor of Gnome. And then I want to see your reaction. So I'm going to poll you guys. So we're going to do humans. We're going to do the famous people thing. Then I'm going to show you the Venn diagram thing and invite you to create your own Venn diagrams, invite you to create your own charts and all the stuff from what we've heard today. Okay, humans. Similar to hobbits, right? There's these reflections. The hobbits, though, are outside. It's like humans are inside the box, hobbits are out of the box, right? We're both inside the normal curve. We're both at the middle of the normal curve. We are the everyman. But humans are following the rules. They're not going to draw outside the lines, like Randolph said, right? But hobbits will, and even dwarves will, and all the rest will. The humans are the ones that will always stay inside the lines. And I like that it looks like a wheel, and the wheel, they like are the wheels that keep society, whatever the societal norm is, they're the ones that keep it going. And they're highly distributive. Everybody knows a human, everybody can connect with a human. Humans adjust to us. They adjust their they adjust to the external. Um that's their job. That's kind of what they're for. They're the last on the track. They're the ones bringing up the rear. They're like the caboose, but they keep everything moving. They keep things intact. Okay, so I call them the humans the party host because they really want to be with everybody. They want to host everyone. They want to be liked. They're like I said, like they're like the sorority and fraternity presidents and stuff. They're the cheerleaders and the football players. They're the standard the standard middle of the normal curve person that wants to be with everybody and loves to play the role of whatever's needed. So they're the host. Um, they are the sixth track, so they're the last in position, right? They come last, and they're the middle of the normal curve. They are reliable, committed, obedient, kind, of service. They, similar to dwarves, get the job done, but the dwarf is going to be able to see, like, we need this, and this to get the job done. The humans just like plug and play. So there was this woman I used to follow on Instagram. I think it was called Brunch with Babs. It's a human woman, and all of her whole thing is like how to basically run a household. It would be like, here's how to clean bed sheets in a bathtub. Here's what, here's how to make this pasta salad that has the colors of the 4th of July, because she's celebrating the holiday, because that's what you do on 4th of July is you celebrate the holiday and you have your family over. And so she's just running the play. She's running the program. She's cranking the wheel on whatever the society does on that day. Whatever a mother does, she maintains the house, she cleans the sheets, and she does it really, really well. Now she's doing it with Tide Pods and things that would make me sick, but and probably are making her sick too. But because Tide is what everybody uses, that's what she uses to clean the bed sheets, right? So there's not really an innovation. There is a get the job done. However, like I said about like the women who are sleeping with the fairy guy, the human women sleeping with my fairy friend, um, if the job is according to the fairy, and the fairy team says, we need sparkles everywhere, and we need all organic, fruits, and for the sheets to be dyed a bright color, the humans are like, okay, we'll do it. I'll do it. And they'll do it really, really well, and they'll do it reliably, and they'll do it loyally. So they're rule based, they're earnest, they try really hard. There's an unsure and anxious quality to them often because they don't have that inner knowing. They have to rely on somebody else, but once they have their job, they're really happy to follow through with it. Um, so like my aunt is so happy to be of service. She loves to take care of her all three grandkids, and she's never going to miss a birthday, never going to miss a basketball practice. She's just always there. The prime directive is honor and nobility, and the question is this what we should be doing? Right? It's the poll. It's like, is this what everybody's doing? The social role is they initiate socially. They're like, let's gather everybody for the holiday. Um, they're an organizer, a connector, a rule follower. They remind everybody of, like, here's what we do here, right? It's like, oh yeah, does anybody know how to? It's like, what do we do at church? Not that anybody should be going to church, but like, or what do we do at where do we sit at the football game? Here's what to do. They put family first. They are supplier. They have so much. They have all you need for that party, right? They've got, like when we do the winter solstice and the equinox parties, and we get on natural law and natural time in our new landscape, they will bring all of the, I don't know, all the candles we need and all of the symbols and all of the I don't know, whatever we're looking for. All of the light, they'll bring the light candles, and light bearer stuff for winter solstice when we celebrate the return of the sun. They would be absolutely relied on to do all of that. So they're the rule keeper and the codifier. They put things into the code. They write it down in the manual. Um, they are strategic because it's like, what do we need for the basketball game? The body area, I think, is, I don't know again, but legs and then face and hair. So I don't know a human that doesn't always have, like, it's like a smile on their face and their hair done, and like legs, meaning like they're getting the job done. They're there. They put their legs there. They made it happen. They got to the basketball game. Um, The movement or the flow is with the tide. Where is the trend going? That's where they're going to be. Their flexibility is high flexibility and high allegiance, right? They're totally flexible. If this is what the crowd's doing, I'm in, and I have allegiance to you, to the group. Their temperature is temperate, and their chord is major. So they're again, like they're popular. They're common. The diet is the popular diet. What do the kids need to eat? What's your diet? What do you want to have? I'll have that. I'll have that ready for you. Their habitats are, again, everything needed for other people. What's needed in this room? Is there resource and supply in the kitchen? Do we have what everybody else has in their kitchen? Do the kids have everything that they need for their school supplies? I think the chakras are the root and the crown. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. The taste is mild, nothing too spicy, nothing too complex. That's the flavor of these folks. The humor, they often don't have a great sense of humor. Because they don't want, because humor is about poking fun at society, right? Poking fun at the norm. And they're right in the middle of the norm, and they don't want to they don't want to shake anything because that's where they live, and that's how they know to be is what's everybody doing. So they're never going to be the ones to initiate humor. When they do, it's often like kind of pratfalls and things like that, physical humor. But often, like, you can spot a human because it's like, oh, the humor's a little off, which doesn't mean they don't have fun, and it doesn't mean they don't have, like, they're not lighthearted. They're actually quite lighthearted, but hard to joke with them, hard to tease them. In fact, probably don't. Domesticated animals are their spirit animals, generally, I would say. Symbols are boxes and squares, things that you're sort of containers. They literally they love containers. My aunt has more containers. She has my cousin was helping her kind of clear out her basement, and it was like bags within boxes within bags. Because they're literally trying to, like, contain everything and hold everything for the family and keep everything. So they're the keepers, and they're not collectors, they're keepers, and you might say hoarders sometimes. They a calendar. They're on the calendar, right? The time they love, like, the local, like, my aunt has, like, it's like the local football team, her kids, college teams, like those logos, those representations are big, emblems like that, monograms, that's all very human. Their aesthetics are whatever reflects the times and whatever people have in their homes. So it could be anything. It could be whatever that their community is. It could be modern, it could be vintage. Um, Often not very deep. It's mostly what's in the stores. But it could vary depending on the community they live in. On-trend clothes. A great day is going to be a day with family and friends where they go on adventures and given jobs to do, where somebody else, initiates it, but they bring everybody together. They complete the task for others. They get to be close with family and friends. They're going to be happy. Gifts for humans would be calendars, organizers, containers, on-trend home items and clothes, time together. Just give them time. Popular local activities, family photos. They would love, family photos. And their award is a badge. It's like a badge of honor. Like, because you are always honorable. I can always count on you as a human. You will show up. The humans are the folks who are like the employees who've been there for 40 years. The assistant, the assistant to the manager kind of thing, is a great job for a human. They will always, always make sure the wheels keep moving. Okay. Welcome everybody who's new. I'm going to go through we've got 3.5 hours in here. So, we're going to pull up the famous people list on the 3 handouts that I put on my main page on Substack. Again, you don't need to pull it up. I'm going to read it. Or no, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read this one because I'm tired of talking. But I want you to read it. So go on So it's like take a few minutes to read this together. And again, just like you just kind of graze it, just look and just read the fairies, read the elves, read everybody. And then I put a few groups at the very end. So let's do that now. And then I want to talk about it. So it's called Famous Kindred Species on my Substack. Inside the handouts post. Just glance over them. Again, I'm not 100% sure of this, but you'll get the gist. You'll get why I put everybody in there. And I imagine there's gonna be a lot of people you don't know, and you do. But just read through. And as I've said before, you heard me say this, it's like I don't like referring to celebrities. I'm not going to want to do this very often, but I think in the beginning and just presenting this whole thing, it's like I get it. I get what a dwarf is. You can compare across all these people. How do you go from this live stream to the handout on your phone? You might have to log off. Can you just kind of like flip up and then I wonder if try that thing where you go. You might have to sign off and sign back in. I could read them. I mean, I could read them. I could probably read them. Do you want me to read them? Because probably you're not the only one. Probably you're not the only one. Okay, I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna read them really fast. Okay, here we go. I got enough juice for this. Let me take one more sip. Okay. I'm not gonna explain who these people are. I'm just gonna read them really fast. Fairies: Prince, Lizzo, Chappell Roan, Dolly Parton, Snoop Dogg, Marilyn Monroe, RuPaul, Trixie Mattel, most drag queens, Goldie Hawn, Cardi B, Kristen Chenoweth, Drew Afualo, Billy Porter, Brittany Broski, Cher, Matthias DiStefano, Chris Fleming, Mariah Carey, Alok Manon, Azalea Banks, Nikki DeSaint-Fel, Tracy Morgan, Andy Warhol, Jean-Michel Basquiat, Jamie Foxx, Wendy Williams, Madonna, Eddie Izzard, Roseanne Barr, Janelle Monáe, Keke Palmer, Bruno Mars, Lady Gaga, Mick Jagger, Mariah Carey, Michael Jackson, Cat Williams, Jennifer Coolidge, Lenny Kravitz, Megan Fox, Machine Gun Kelly, Dennis Rodman, Bette Midler, Annie Lederman, and Esther Povitsky. Okay, don't sign off, round off. I'm just going to read them. Heard the fairy list? Okay. Those are the fairies. Should we stop and digest the fairies and have you guys tell me what you think? Or I'll just keep going. I'm just going to keep going. Should I keep going? Or do we need to digest? Sorry, I don't know. I'm in the zone of like, I don't know. I can't read the room, you know? If you were all with me, I'd be able to raise your hand. All right, I'm keeping going. Elves. Ready? Kate Blanchett, Tina Fey, Jane Fonda, Denzel Washington, Trevor Noah, Stephen Colbert, Queen Latifah, Adam Driver, Anna Kendrick, Ronnie Chang, Goldie Hawn, Kate McKinnon, Anna Kendrick, Gwyneth Paltrow, Barbara Streisand. Keep going. Okay, good. Thanks, Maggie. James Brolin, Johnny Carson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Ali Wong, Reese Witherspoon, Elon Musk, Howard Stern, Zendaya, Steve Jobs, Michael Jordan, Howard Stern Taurus, Taylor Swift, Rihanna, Miranda July, Jennifer Lawrence, Coco Chanel, Esther Perel, Robin Wright, Naomi Campbell, Meryl Streep, Nikki Glazer, Nicole Kidman, Chris Rock, John Lennon, Jackie Kennedy, Whitney Cummings, James Dean, Katharine Hepburn, Louis Theroux, Eminem, David Letterman, James Cameron. Okay, great. Everybody's cool with me keeping going. Okay, so those are the elves. Get it? Okay. Moving on to the hobbits. Betty White, Maya Rudolph, Aziz Ansari, Amy Poehler, Scottie Pippen, Lauryn Hill, Jane Austen, Mark Twain, Viola Davis, George Lucas, Gabori Sibide, Tracy Ellis Ross, Richard Dreyfuss, Larry David, Eartha Kitt, Mary Oliver, Paul Rudd, Zach Galifianakis, Kelly Slater, John Denver, Ursula Le Guin, Greta Gerwig, Jason Bateman, Keegan-Michael Key, Paul McCartney, Ethan Hawke, Spencer Tracy, Gene Wilder, Gilda Radner, Kate Winslet, Winona Ryder, Jason Sudeikis, John Coltrane, Alice Coltrane, Ella Fitzgerald, Steve Irwin, Henry Louis Gates, Tracy Chapman, Kelly Clarkson, Drew Barrymore, Jimmy Fallon, Mark Ruffalo, Will Ferrell, Ryan Gosling, Julia Roberts, Nate Bargatze, Eva Mendes, Monty Don, Jimmy Stewart, Maggie Rogers, Tom Hardy, I'm not sure about that one, John Mellencamp, also not sure. I put these back in there earlier. Bruce Lee, Meg Ryan, Tina Turner, Margot Robbie, Tig Notaro, Bjork, Tim Ferriss, Adrian Grenier, Bill Murray, Jane Goodall, Mae Martin, Bob Marley, Kay Tempest, Mr. Rogers, Jack Black, Jennifer Garner, Martin Freeman, and Scarlett Johansson. Are we feeling it? Are we feeling it? Moving on to the gnomes. Helena Bonham Carter, Stevie Nicks, Lena Waithe, Ed Sheeran, Missy Elliott, Erykah Badu, Questlove, Ice Cube, Sarah Silverman, Sam J, Joan Baez, Mos Def, Hannah Gadsby, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Van Morrison, Billy Corgan, Notorious B.I.G., Nina Simone, Bob Dylan, Frances McDormand, Ai Weiwei, Yayoi Kusama, Jimi Hendrix, Yoko Ono, Miles Davis, Melissa McCarthy, Billie Holiday, Bobby Lee, Louis C.K., Edith Piaf, George Harrison, Robert Downey Jr., Joni Mitchell, Prue Leith, Patti Smith, Johnny Cash, Mark Maron, Lenny Bruce, Awkwafina, Neil Young, Andre 3000, and Anderson .Paak. Cool. Okay. Moving on to the dwarves. Leah Remini, Bill Burr, Leslie Jones, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Coco Gauff, Janet Jackson, Martha Stewart, Pam Grier, Kevin Hart, Joan Rivers, Judge Judy, Sigourney Weaver, Grace Jones, Johnny Knoxville, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Vin Diesel, Paul Hollywood, Jackson Pollock, Joe Rogan, Ving Rhames, Ronda Rousey, Angela Bassett, 50 Cent, Mae West, Sean Penn, Jocko Willink, Michelle Visage, Chelsea Handler, Ms. Pat, Celine Dion, Sharon Stone, Jeremy Renner, Danica Patrick, and Bruce Willis. The humans are very short. Most politicians, most newscasters, Casey Kasem from back in the 80s, Oprah Winfrey, Jennifer Lopez, and Ryan Seacrest. You're not going to get celebrities we love who are humans, because they're just repeating a pattern, and they're running the program. So those folks run a program. And then I put some groups. So I put Winnie the Pooh. We've got the Pooh group. Winnie the Pooh is the Hobbit, kind, simple, and loyal. We've got Eeyore the gnome, intelligent and pessimistic. We've got Piglet the elf, quiet, strength, and anxious, but has ideas. Tigger, the fairy, exuberant and impulsive. Rabbit is the human, flustered and a bit of an organizer. Owl is the dwarf, prideful and paternal. I also have Ted Lasso characters on there, which I won't read, but I'll read the Beatles. John Lennon, elf. Paul McCartney, hobbit. George Harrison, gnome. Ringo Starr is a dwarf. Some duos. Captain Kirk is a hobbit. Spock's an elf. Sonny and Cher. Cher's a fairy. Sonny's a gnome. Bert and Ernie. Bert's the gnome. Ernie's the hobbit. And Trixie Mattel and Katya, my favorite two-fairy duo. There you go. I could talk about all of these, and I will talk about all of these maybe at some point. Oh, what happened? No available windows. Something just happened to my computer. Maybe it's telling me to stop. My computer just froze up. Pages quit unexpectedly. Oh, well, there you go. There's the computer fritzing. It hung on right till the end. I'm going to try and reopen everything here. I never have computer problems, but anyway. Okay, they're there. We're gonna keep talking about this. This is just the main presentation, right? We're almost 4 hours in. I think it's time to wrap it up. We can go look at the Venn diagrams, because the Venn diagrams is going to be the invitation to play with this, right? You can take those celebrity lists. You can see what, we can talk about. We can talk about why I put each one on there, ones that stick out to you. Next week I'll do a Q&A at some point. I don't know if it's Monday or Tuesday. I don't know when I'll do it. Monday I really want to talk about this new church. um, but I'll leave at least a day, probably 2 days next week, to digest all this, to start to play with it, to answer questions about all of it. And I'm going to continue to adjust these documents, although we already have folks who are creating new documents for us. So this is all your information. This is not my information. This is our information, our knowledge, our wisdom, and I can't wait to hear what you come up with from it. So let's look at the, okay, we've got a question here. Bosby says, what about when a program is actively harming the human? Is it harder for them to leave a toxic situation? Yes. Yeah, I mean, it can be hard for all of us because we can be caught in the program, but I mean, yes, I have a human friend who's caught in an absolute nightmare relationship, but she cannot fathom not running the program, like the wife and mother program. And that like divorce, like that's not okay. That's not what my community does. So I mean, she desperately wants to leave him. Can't do it. So, and then they don't talk to me anymore. Then they just go run the program. But yes, it's very, very hard. So our dear humans, it's important that, that we lead them, that we give them purpose that is again, as our church will say, fulfillment for all is the prime directive. So, but the humans they're always modeling off of other people, and that it has them losing a lot, right? They're not willing to step outside societal norms. So we need to change society. We need to have a free world, in order to truly free the humans. But I'm like, I can see it too. I can see like when this catches on and like the humans get it, or like the humans, when the humans shift, everything shifts, right? Because they'll just turn the boat in the opposite direction, and they're the masses. There are many people. Like, it might be that there are more humans than anybody else here. I don't know, but they're kind of the game changer, because they will shift the tide. Oh, you're so welcome. You can see some spillover from the human into my conditioned behavior. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, so what you can start to realize is like the homes you grow up in, like, again, it doesn't map on. So I had a fairy and a gnome father. My fairy mother made it seem like I should be moving faster, and I had a program that, like, I'm slow, I'm dumb, I'm like, I'm not, I got unworthiness was a story. And I sort of attempted to be an elf, which is like halfway to fairy, and move faster. Like, my mother would like come in the morning, like, good morning. It was like the fairy business, and I'm like a hobbit, like, want to slowly wake up. I really don't want to talk to anybody for like an hour at least. In fact, it's like very, very slow moving day. So so my conditioning then is to adjust and to sort of hit the middle with elf, and then I had all these elf clothes, and I would be rushing through my life. I still am like slowing down is my ongoing invitation from life, um, because my conditioning is this other way. So what this hopefully is really helpful is, like, if you were raised by a human mother, you think, but you're a fairy, you think, oh my God, there's something really wrong with me. Like, I don't want to follow the rules at all, right? So it can really, in the same way, like if you were raised by it's almost like, it's like it's like finally starting to look at look from the outside in. How do I, is that what I want to say? Well, what we always do, right? Because we're however we were raised, we just think it's us, right? So there must be a problem with me. So then you go, it's not even a problem, right? Like life doesn't create problems. There's no problems. There's just mismatches, right? Like these don't they don't mess. And the way that they're positioned together, right? It's like an elf and a hobbit are great together as long as they're not trying to do the same thing, right? And that goes for all of us. So often most of our families, it's everybody's in compromise. They're in compromise because of the conditioning of our insane society worldwide, but but often it's like the gnome wants to get the fairy to do gnome shit. And the fairy, this has been so helpful for my cousin, where it's like she just lets the fairy go do the fairy stuff, and the elf is constantly in his like strategizing idea, and he wants to just stay in his idea all day, and he doesn't care if he makes it to dinner. Whereas the hobbit wants to be at dinner and talking to everybody and connecting, and the human certainly does, and the dwarf certainly does because he wants his pack. But it's okay for the gnome and the fairy and the elf to miss dinner, kind of thing. They're for different reasons. So what we want to start talking about is this: is like how they all come together, how they work together, and where it's like letting them all follow their own path. Again, like the track, they all end up at the same place. We all can create this new world together, but our paths are going to be really different, and there's a huge amount of permission. But all of us were used to compromise, right? I'm going to try to be more like a fairy and less like a hobbit. And it was so diametrically opposed. I would be with my mother, the fairy, and then my father, the gnome, completely different vibes. And I was an only child going in between these two households. Um, it was like, but the good news is I says like I was neglected enough that I was left to my own devices. I could kind of follow my own flow generally. Um, so anyway, uh, so this is what we're gonna keep uncovering, right? It's like, oh my gosh, my mother is a human, and then it can be very helpful. Like I mean, hopefully everybody, I'm new for some of you, but I'm like compromise is shit. Do not compromise. Compromise is all a lie. It's all a lie. Fear is telling you it's not necessary in life at all, and life does not want you to compromise. Life wants your fulfillment. So, but let's say you are an elf with a human parent, and you don't really enjoy, like you don't have anything in common, but knowing that they're a human is like, oh, like I do like to talk to them about what's going on with the kids schooling, and um I can send them a family photo, uh and they can do stuff for me, right? Like they like to send stuff for all the kids' birthdays or whatever, and you organize it as an elf in the way it works for you, is fulfilling for you, knowing they're a human, and it gets a little easier. It's like, oh, I know how to connect to them. I know where we overlap. Now, elves and humans, like if we go back to the Venn diagram thing, there's not a lot of overlap, but there is some, right? You can see and you can feel through what would be a natural overlap. So let's open the Venn diagrams. I'm just going to read these again, but I just getting us started, right? So here's a gnome, here's a fairy, and then what I wrote there is how they overlap, right? So the Venn diagrams, and again, somebody else can create these, make them artistic and fun, and let's just add to them, and let's poll it, right? So it's like somebody's like, here's an idea, yeah, and then we all vote. It's like, yeah, that sounds right. That seems right. That's my experience too, right? So again, I presented all this stuff. There's question marks around a lot of it, and so don't think I'm the expert. I'm just the first. I just downloaded to me for some reason, right? Probably because I'm a hobbit and I can have distributive power. Okay, so the eccentric one, gnomes and fairies. The flashy one, dwarf and fairy. I can fix that, hobbit and dwarf. Right, we're gonna work with our hands. You can count on me, hobbit, dwarf, and human. Very reliable. Colorful hair phase, fairy and gnome. Sunbathing anyone? Fairy and elf. They love sunlight. Let's, I mean, we all do, but my mother, the fairy, could lay in the sun for hours and hours and hours, and other elves I know too. Let's go shopping or gathering. Fairy, hobbit, gnome, and dwarf. Elves, and humans too. Humans too. Humans too. Only elves really. That's not their favorite thing. Patience. I don't know her. Dwarf, fairy, and elf. A drink anyone? Gnome and dwarf. They can both handle their liquor pretty well. More light. I mean, everybody's body's different, but it's like, as again we go with these sort of earthier folks, it's like they can just take, and dwarves are right mated with rock. They are very, very resilient people. And it's just it's not it's like if their bodies are half rock, right? It doesn't permeate. It doesn't hit them very hard, right? Like Cecil, I literally could like punch him in like he was made of rock. He literally Dwarves often have like thick skin. They're different. Oh, I never talked about that. I didn't talk about like how people look. I I'm very hesitant to say that because there are every shape and color and size and of everybody, and so we cannot go by that. It's more the gestalt, right? So if you look at the like the Hobbit list, right, and what those people look like, they're every color and every age and all kinds of things, and fat and skinny and everything else. But there's an adorableness to it, to the hobbits, and they kind of look like me. Like same with elves, right? I didn't put Benedict Cumberbatch. He always is like a template of an elf for me. The skinny white elf, where it's like he looks a little otherworldly and a little elven, like just little like a Legolas. Um, and then there's a through line with all the other elves. You'll see, even if they are, you know, uh, 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 um, a size 18 black woman, there will be something similar about her feel and how she looks as Benedict Cumberbatch. There's a through line. So just see if you can see it. But we really can't make rules like that. It's because you have to take it person by person, and you can't. And it's more of a feeling. It's the energy, um, versus exact features or anything. But hobbits often are kind of cute. Um, Okay. More light, elf and dwarf. Less light, gnome and hobbit. The always there friend, human, hobbit, and dwarf. Party lights, fairy and human. Has a tip or a hack for that, humans, fairies, and elves. Those are just my initial diagrams. And that's all, folks. There, we did it in 4 hours. We did it in 4 hours. Please, God, let this upload. Um, I hope I didn't overlook that. Let's see. Any other questions? Where did these classifications come from? Is it referenced anywhere else using different labels? Charles, in the very beginning of this recording today, live stream, I talk about that. It just was downloaded to me. And I've been seeing it more and more over the years. So it came from life, the goddess, the one mind. I haven't read it anywhere else. I haven't seen it anywhere else. The only other person was my ex-partner. She had the same download at different times, and we sort of flushed each other's out. But she's the only other person I know who's had it. I've never seen it or read it anywhere. And so I don't know. They came from God. In the same way that, I don't know, astrology and Enneagram and human design, all that stuff. So but I talk about the story, and I talk about how it came to me at the beginning of this. It's the very first thing I talk about on the recording. Maggie says, thank you for presenting this information. Most fun life university class. Totally amazing. Okay, good. Well, we'll just the first part of the conversation. We'll end it there, and I will feel through how this all went, over the weekend, and be back definitely to talk about it. This will eventually get turned into a channel on the new PBS station, but for now, you can put comments in the comments on this recording, which will be a post, and share, and we'll just start collecting. Right, the gnomes will start collecting all the information. I'm sure Krista will have our chart for us. So yeah, and I I'll do with it. I don't know what we'll do exactly. I'll think through it, but it's like there will be a post or a channel where we house all of this. For now, it'll just be this post, and so that it can be much more interactive, and we can all play with it and go from there. I sort of wonder if like the new PBS that we make a new PBS Substack channel page, and then like everybody has the login for it or something. I don't know how to do it, but anyway, if anybody who's really good at organizing and thinking through strategy, because I'm the tactile one, right? How to organize what is going to be an influx of information on this thing, so that we can all learn together. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, please just build it. So I'll leave it there. Yeah, no problem. There's a lot here. It's 4 hours worth of stuff. So just like the holograms came to Claudia. Yeah, exactly. So cool. All right. Thank you all. Thank you. I'm so relieved. I'm like, I wanted to get this out there for so long, and I kept thinking it was going to be in all these different ways, and now it's just like, there's the information. Go. Let's go. Off we go. And we'll just see what y'all come up with, and we'll keep talking about it. And I'll definitely do at least one, probably two meetings next week or live streams next week on this, on follow up. Okay. Thank you to all 89 of you. Came amazing. Thank you. You got 4 hours if you're just showing up now to explore. I'll post this as soon as I can. Fingers crossed it posts. Hearts back to you. Much love. Signing off from Hobbit Central. Happy Friday. Enjoy your weekend.